Welcome to the Existentialist Society in Melbourne, Australia. Existentialism is an umbrella term covering diverse and often conflicting schools of thought. Consequently, we are not agreed on who or what is an existentialist. We simply agree to disagree. Our speaker today is Richard Volpato, and his topic is Dante's Dare and Clive James Flair. Over to you, Richard. You need to unmute yourself, Richard. Good.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Right. Okay. This book here is called Dante's The Divine Comedy, and it's translated by an Australian called Clive James. And both the original author, Dante, and Clive, the translator, have done some interesting, provocative moves that I was wanting to point to in this talk. So first of all, I'll outline just who Dante is for starters, and two, where Clive James fits in. Clive, you may know, is used to be a TV persona, and also a poet and writers of various funny autobiographies, and a fairly well-known character in Australian media. He died a few years ago, and ironically, it's in the wake of him being sick and then dying that led me into Dante, and I'll explain the ins and outs of that because it's quite poignant. So first of all, Dante Alighieri is an Italian, grew up mostly in Florence, and a very precocious young lad and smart aleck person. Used to loiter around monasteries around there and ransack their libraries for stuff to read. So he's a very, very literate person, given this is prior to print. These are books that would have been transcribed in scriptoria. So he became a poet, in effect. But in the process of doing the poetry, he also then got involved in politics. He even fought in one of the intercity wars and then got involved in local government. And so a very active sort of person. If I had to characterize what it would be like to meet Dante, I had envisaged this sort of bizarre combo of Woody Allen and Kissinger. Woody Allen sort of with this comical, slightly lackadaisical, always pulling the piss out of various things, and Kissinger, high serious, large international systems, breakthroughs, and all that kind of stuff. Dante was doing both of those. So he's a very strange character in that regard. So ironically, he died because he caught some sort of malaria going to Venice to help mediate some conflict. He was constantly used to write up treaties and that sort of stuff. An incredible command for the Italian language. Well, it wasn't Italian, the Florentine language then. And so in the process of becoming so knowledgeable and worldly, he also had this strange encounter with this young girl, Beatrice, who he met when she was 9, and then he met her again when she was 18, and he was completely besotted with her. And then she or in those days, married off to someone else, but he always had a soft spot, as it were, for her. And in the process of that, wrote a lot of love poetry in a very distinctive, intense, metaphorical kind of style, using her as the sort of foil for various imaginative leaps. And so he's sort of known as a poet, and he also wrote a substantial piece on the linguistics. So he was one of the first to sort of start to distinguish the different languages of the Italian peninsula. And he also wrote stuff on politics. So he's a fairly well-rounded. This is pre-Renaissance. This is 1300. Okay, it's a while back. So he's that sort of guy. And in the process, he wrote a philosophical thing, a piece that you'd imagine he would present in a team like this, called Convivio, the bit like the supper or the convocation. Anyway, it was a serious discussion about the nature of being, God, how processes work, and so on. And he wrote it in the Latin, as you would because you're an intellectual. And then nothing happened. He just thought, well, what's the point of that? I write this whole thing, pour my heart out, put my mind to it, and it's read by a few people in the peninsula. It's not going anywhere. So then, for a variety of reasons, he fell out with the politics. So he got banned from Florence at various points. He also got very antsy about the church in terms of what later on Protestants would have accused it of in terms of monetizing various sacramental orders and playing politics in the name of God when they're just playing politics full stop. So he's quite a critical person in that sense as well. So given that sort of backdrop, he then kind of went through a process, I think, of thinking, I'm going to hit several birds with one stone here. I'm going to pull the piss out of the church. I'm going to pull the piss out of all this little city-state politics with its micro focus on localities and so on, without any understanding of a world order. And I'm going to shake the Christian tradition as Paul, in a sense, initiated it. Yeah, I'm going to knock it all out. And on top of that, I'm not going to write it in Latin. I'm going to write it in the vernacular of the people. So this poem, and I'm going to write it as a poem. Okay. So this is 14, 15,000 lines, depending on how you space them, a very big poem. The audio version of Clive's translation runs for 14 hours. So it's a 14-hour poem. Okay. So you think, what on earth are you thinking? I mean, are you serious? So he wrote this thing bit by bit by bit, on manuscripts, obviously. And then he would hand them over to his sons, and then others would be copied and it would spread. And in the meantime, because he got sent out of Florence, he ended up in Verona with the noble person there called the Gran Cane della Scala, which translates as the big dog on the stairs, because that family named their people by dog positions and styles for some reason or another. Anyway, so he really thought Dante was onto something, and so he was writing this thing called the Divine Comedy. And in the process, Dante also wrote a whole thing about the nature of poetry writing, where he wanted to counterpose the high traditions of poetry that come on high and come low, whereas he wanted to start low and end high. So it's the opposite to tragedy, which is why he called his poem The Comedy. And given the contents of it, it might as well have been called The Gag or The Provocation, in the sense of you half laugh, you half cry, but you sort of sense that all that we think is solid and grounded in history isn't as solid as it seems. There are bigger structures that we are ignoring. So it's a very confident and agile articulation of philosophical and Christian motifs through a whole series of hodgepodge of little anecdotes of why people are in heaven, purgatory, or hell. Now, having done, he did the first two, and then he got the Paradiso, and then the Gran Cane della Scala said he'll pay for him to do the Paradiso. So he finished it all off, and then it all started to spread out. It was pretty much an instant hit in some ways, because people would literally hear about, oh, you got the latest issue? Have you got the latest manuscripts? Quick, can I come by and transcribe them? So there's transcriptions upon transcriptions, literally passing out through Italy and then Europe, because it was such a compelling yarn of a poem. And not a big, long yarn, as in like, oh, the same old thing, not a Tolstoy thing, much more lots and lots of little vignettes of tiny, funny, strange, tragic, absurd things but also with a deep structure in how it's constructed. This is what I want to talk about mostly today. It's the structure that's underlying it all. So that's the sort of the sort of gist of what the Divine Comedy is about. Now, it was read by everyone, and it was very powerful in concretizing for people. Look, if you misbehave, do you have any idea what it means to go to hell? Oh, what's that mean? Well, read this, and the graphic descriptions of what someone in hell is forever after subjected to scared people shitless. As I thought, is that for real? Did he actually go there? Was what? How does he know this? And there's this whole story, and the poem's written as if he did go there, and he's reporting back what he saw. So there's people in Verona would be going around, actually intercepting and say, did you actually go? And people, yeah, he's shown me the burnt sandals he had when he went to hell. Like it's a sort of a phenomenon all of its own. But anyway, what I want to come at is a sort of shift in this logic, which is it's not that uncommon. The size and the finesse is maybe a bit spectacular, but we have seen and heard, and they're still written today, stories of heroic journeys going through perhaps the afterlife and coming back with new insights and resolving issues and so on. It's a common motif in literature and even in poetry. But in the case of Dante, there's a whole metaphysical system lying inside it that is weaved inside the narrative. And what's going on here, and the radical shift I want to make here, is that it was read then as, oh yeah, the church has always talked about the afterlife. And you've got three choices. You either sin to the point where you go to hell forever. So it was a notion of everlasting punishment, or you go to purgatory for a long time, and eventually you're cleansed after death to then go to heaven forever. And here's what they're like. So think carefully about what you're playing with. So people thought, oh, wow, is this for real? Like, and then priests would say, well, I don't know, it's not made. You've got to think carefully about this. It's all this kind of, in a sense, merchandising of fear. But Dante's not really doing that at all. He's not trying to scare people. He's actually wanting people to have a good laugh about how it is you can listen to people. It's actually a poem instructing you how to hear the sound of hell, purgatory, and heaven. That's the thing that's strange about it. And I've tried this out now with people in various ways, and it's quite an interesting thing because when you ask yourself, well, what is it, afterlife, or is it maybe paralife? Maybe as we live, we sometimes find ourselves hellishly bound, and sometimes we find ourselves paradisically expansive. And sometimes we're thinking, I got to lift my game, and we find buddies to do it together with, and that's purgatorial. And in fact, the purgatorial system is the first rendition for what we now take for granted in terms of all those health spas and Alcoholics Anonymous and all those kind of arrangements where we together we can get somewhere with our lives. It's just got to take control and admit to what you've done wrong and so on. And Dante, in a sense, invented that logic, that whole notion. I mean, there were monasteries around for good people to get even better, but the notion that, there's a way in which any character can get better no matter how bad, as long as he understands he's making mistakes and confesses, then purgatory's for you. So that's the sort of structure of this thing. Now, as he wrote it and it spread, it was mobilized. First of all, it was scandalous because he takes the mickey out of known political characters, ex-emperors, people, popes in the church and so on, and in very graphic ways. For example, in hell, he has the popes. There's a scene in hell where the pope is lunged down into a pit of hot coals in the ground in hell, and then the next one that comes in tandem with this papal succession comes down on top and pushes that one down like a pylon down in further into the ground. That's their punishment because they were actually sinners while they were popes. So he had no scruples about who was going where. It's not like he had favorites in an institutional sense. What he was really keen about was a kind of revivification of the Judaic Christian tradition, like it had gone sour, stale. It's been reused for all sorts of rhetorical flourishes. There's all this waffle now flying around, and he wanted to get back to something that was gripping emotionally when you read it. It's not a discourse on these matters in metaphysical terms, it's a journey. And so that's why it took off. People would read it as a journey. And he speaks to the reader as there, like he says, this is how it's happened. I'll try and play a little snippet for you just so you can hear what it sounds like. So he's describing, okay, this is what's happening. Now, what it boils down to, he depicts himself as somewhat lost in life. So the opening line is, I found myself in the dark woods. So, and I didn't know where I was going. And then I saw the light, things got in the way and I came back. And then I saw this figure. It turned out to be Virgil. What, you, Virgil? Yes, your Beatrice, you're the one you love, who had since died at a young age. She has got the Holy Mary to intercede that you should have the insights of what it's really about in terms of living. So Virgil, takes Dante down into the entrance of hell and then to what's called as limbo, which is where all the non-Christians are to be found that couldn't be saved because they weren't Christians, but they have a place called limbo, which when you read it looks like an Oxbridge kind of college where scholars and decent people have fine discussions about things. They're decent chaps. They just didn't know what it meant to be a Christian, i.e., they did not know how to make history. So they sit in limbo. And then you go down into hell and it goes down and down like an open cut mine. It goes down and down into a narrow, narrow area through all these different they're called circles of hell, each depicting a certain kind of sin, but in particular, the sins that are related to a certain vice. So he had 6 or 7 vices if you count lust. So these vices, and each vice had different tentacles into different sins, and each location in hell is there to deal with these people who've got that vice expressed in this sin. So it's a hierarchical structure. So at that level, you think that's a bit grim. But that's what he goes down and down, down. Then he meets Lucifer right in the center of the earth, muses about the lack of gravity because he's in the middle of the earth. It's kind of a little side. And he comes all the way back out onto a shoreline, which is down in the south of the globe. Leave aside the distance. And he pops up essentially on a beach somewhere, as it were, between New Zealand and Australia, if you sort of work it out in terms of where he went in and put a in a globe, or put a knitting needle through, where does it come out the other side as a straight line? Anyway, roughly speaking, there's this huge mountain, Mount Purgatory. And just by the way, in describing these places, he's the first European author to refer to the Southern Cross. He actually uses the Southern Cross, which he'd heard of from Ethiopians, where you can just see it, and he put it in his Divine Comedy as a sign of justice and something else. Anyway, it's sitting there as the first literary rendition of the Southern Cross. So he goes onto the shoreline. There he finds all these other people piling up, and these are the people going to purgatory. He's got Cato there looking, marching them on. You've got to go do all this stuff, and you've got to go up around this huge mountain up to the top. And each section of the mountain purges out the sin that you're dealing with. Again, in that form, which is like a gym. It's not a gym, you're going around. So, for example, people that were guilty of pride scurry around with heavy stones on their back, and they're bending over and they're saying to themselves, I know I was never humble. I'm now going to get humble. And they sort of sing these things. And as they're looking at the floor, he's depicted all these heroes of Western accomplishments. And on the side of the wall, there are sayings. So there's this whole system of pumping out Judeo-Christian messages on the floor and the side of the mountain as you're going around these endless terraces till you get to the top. At the top, you're getting to where was the Garden of Eden. And here he then depicts had humanity not committed original sin. So he's just depicting what would it look like if we could get our act together collectively as a human species rather than this or that nation or town, he's thinking it would look something like this. And so he describes how the church didn't do its deal with what it was supposed to do. He describes a certain kind of almost ceremonial setting like you'd see in an Italian city-state, like the horse races in Siena, like all the banners and all the different people um, glorifying and having got to a point where he could go through the first river of being able to forget all his sins, and then there you can then ascend into heaven. And heaven is then depicted as spheres. The lowest one, which is the moon, is a sphere that just above the top of Mount Purgatory. So Mount Purgatory goes up a fair distance, but that's the moot point. But the point is, there are these 9 spheres outside of the Earth, and at the end there's the prime mover. Inside the early ones, the standard astronomical geocentric spheres, each of which then represents, in contrast to hell, the corresponding virtue. So for pride in hell, there's virtue of humility in heaven, right? So the bottom of hell is the top end of, is the most, the beginning point of heaven, which is where humility is described. And so there he meets saints and people who, deservedly so, as it were, are in heaven. But when you listen to them talking, they're giving you stories about feats that they've done, noble causes that they inspired, failed attempts to do the right thing, and so on. And in heaven, you find not just Christians. He's got a couple of non-Christians in there as well, for a variety of reasons. But the point is, it's a spatial structure. There's the earth, you go down into hell, you come out the other side, you go up a mountain, and then you go out into the cosmos through all these spheres. And once you get to the end there, it's a big fiery sphere. Whichever way you look, it's the same. And at that point, Beatrice says, sorry, Virgil takes him all the way up to the top of Mount Purgatory, through hell, purgatory. Beatrice takes over with heaven, and Beatrice, notwithstanding the way she's depicted as sort of some sublime lady that's wonderful and beautiful, in listening to her, she sounds like a really eager undergraduate science student, the sort of girl that you'd see in a uni on an open day, really excited about frogs or astronomy or microscopes or chemical reactions, keen and in the discourse, she talks a lot of physics and the nature of light and gravity. It's quite amazing. So he goes to the top of that with her, and at the very top, he gets to this outer sphere, and here you get something really weird. It's like an interface to a 4th dimension. So it's technically known as a 3-sphere. So you get to the edge of here, and when you cross that last sphere, all of a sudden, what was convex becomes concave. And now you're seeing it as the outer sphere going towards the center, which is a bright light, which is where God lives. So you've got these 2 spheres, in effect. One is Earth with its little spheres, and then topography and mountain. And then you've got the heaven, which has got its own spheres going up. And at the top of that sphere, it folds over into another set of 9 spheres, but going in the other direction. So the best way to imagine that physically is if you imagine a 9 balls with a hole in a tiny hole in the thing, and the one at the outside is white, and the one the smallest one in the middle is black, and there's some other colors in the middle, and you put a pin in, and you grab the black one. As you pull it out, because it's very thin, it can squeeze itself out. But when it comes out, it becomes the outer sphere, and the white one on the where you just came through, becomes the little ball in the middle. So it's 2 sets of spheres, which you can't visualize unless you have 4 dimensions. But practically, a 3-sphere would be just like when you think of a MOBA strip, you can squeeze it round and it becomes a MOBA strip if it's a strip of paper. That's the equivalent of a 3-sphere. The point about that is that then the spheres going the other way towards the bright light in the middle are angelic spheres. So there's the system of angels then have their own play in the affairs of men. So basically you have then this really large topographical system I'm not talking about the poetry just now, just like that's how you travel through this place. Now, in the traveling, it's always conversations, not topographic. There's some topographical descriptions, but mostly it's conversations. He might see someone leaning over and doing something, and he goes to ask them, why are you doing this? And he says, I did this. And this is, the classic one is when he meets Francesca and Paolo, these two people that committed adultery because they were going to marry, but the father of her married her to the brother of this other guy. But they snuck upstairs one day and had a moment of ecstasy, and the brother caught them, stabbed them, they died, and their sins went to hell. And Dante is aghast at this. He thinks, why, Virgil, why, like, is that like, But then Francesca starts to speak, and this is where the chemistry really works. She starts to speak about, oh, it was like this and like that, and then it wasn't my fault, and because of this and because of that, and because I'm here, I'm here, and Dante sort of feels for it, and Virgil's saying, listen, and the issue here is, and this is where the training of the ear comes in. We often find ourselves talking, they say, how's it going? And you say, well, because of the weather, I'm doing this, or because of issues with my children, I'm now having to do that, or because of the bank, or because. In that mode, if you gain sympathy because of the plight, in Dante's way of thinking here, you're being drawn into the constraint. You feel their pain. And he's thinking, why are you feeling pain? This is just a temporary sojourn. There's bigger things than just whatever's going wrong with you. But we take it seriously. And in modern times, we really, really want people to share plight, and we really want to then show solidarity with plight. Now, this is not a recipe for therefore then saying those in plight deserve it. It's not a deserving argument. It's simply a issue of the pervasiveness and the lure or the compelling pull of plight when it's described in narrative by someone who's saying, I'm in it. So this is a hard sort of thing to comprehend. But in the actual poem, he's designed the discourse so you can hear, if only she could see it this way, it would be different. And so now there's constraints here because you've got historical constraints of what the norms were then and so on. So there's a whole set of other issues of history. But the metaphysical issue here is humanity's capacity to disconnect itself from the plight in all its ugly, temporary, painful thing and hover to some other level where you can see commonality either with others in the same plight, and we're going to get out of this, or with some gesture where you want to counter it by way of testament, like you want to say, well, I'm not putting up with this. So hell has got a huge number of these sorts of very intricate, heart-rendering examples. So it's not, I'm giving it, it's easy for enough someone to say, oh, but that's not right because blah, blah, blah. Fair enough. I'm not reading the whole poem. But I'm just giving you a sense that the actual vignettes inside it, they're like little gems. And when you sniff them, what really happens, you can hear a form of elaboration about a certain kind of vice that's got you gripped and can then draw others into it. So it's emaciating people's potential. It might, you say, well, it's obvious they've just lost a leg and someone's chopped it off. Of course they're angry. That's understandable. But the issue of the poem is not to deal with what are we going to say ethically about that. It's saying as a humanity, how's the way we deal with this? So he's doing something Christian, but you've got to wait for it because he then does a political thing at the other side of it. So hold back the critique about we've got to take care of, from in terms of larger agencies. But I'm just giving you a sense of that's what the hell does. In purgatory, you hear people wanting to take on board the requirement of the readjustment back to the straight form of the body or the straight form of the heart or whatever it is. And in paradise, the discourse there is about people that made history. They're all heroes. They're all people, not necessarily heroic in the sense of public notoriety, but wow, in that tiny little spot, they did this. they took it upon themselves, that risk, to do that. So it's a pantheon of heroic discourse done all as a poetic rendition. Okay. Now, Dante, in the process of all this, of course, starts off opinionated, upset because he doesn't know what's going on in his life. And slowly, when he sees these people in hell, he thinks, well, yeah, they should be there after what he did to his son, or like he's got people that have eaten their own children, for God's sake. I mean, there's seriously stark examples of people going off the rails by our standards. And he initially gets judgmental, and then slowly starts to hear the plight of what they're doing, and then starts to realize that there's something compulsive about this that's not right. It's not the person, it's the compulsion grip of the vice. And so he gets clear at that. And by the time you get down to hell, the scene there is really stark because it's a frozen place. Now, the important thing about this whole section of hell is it was the most gripping part of the thing for most people. Karl Marx, when he wanted to learn Italian, read the Divine Comedy to sort of get himself into the full nuances of the language. And hell was like, you can read bits of Das Kapital and you can see he's got the same kind of rhythm of this, like Satan in hell is this big, huge monster with huge wings, and it keeps moving its wings, which is freezing the water around him, and he's frozen in this lake. And the wings just keep repeating, and he's chewing the three great traitors of humanity, Brutus, Cassius, and Judas. And the freezing of hell like that is then got the people of pride are actually frozen bodies. You can see their faces under the ice. They can't speak. So that the choreography of that has then triggered people like Marx and Hegel and Freud and lots of other novelists to kind of react to it. Now, a good example of that done in a different mode is famous Irish author Ulysses. I've forgotten his name now. Irish author. Oh, you can't tell me because I got you on. Anyway, we know who he is. So that's the feel of hell. In purgatory, you've got the discourse, and in Paradiso the heroism. Having done all that, when he comes out of all of this, he then talks as if, now, what just happened? Like I've got all these strong memories. So he then ends the whole thing by writing about how he's been through this journey, and that's how it ends. Now, what I want to, before I get into some more metaphysical, I'm going to try and play a piece of the beginning of Clive James' translation, because you'll hear what it would sound like. And the question I want you to think about is, if this thing has been so potent in the culture, and if this writer is so amazing in a number of dimensions as such, but would I really want to trawl through all of this just to read a poem? Thanks, but no thanks, right? However, if you think that we overdo the constraints of our lives, we over fantasize paradise as sort of like holiday land or something, and we end up, in effect, monetizing purgatory in terms of all the ways we're going to pay money to get a bit better on some part of our lives. This thing is completely different to that mindset. It's a completely different world. So it's worth your while thinking, what would it look or sound like for me to listen to this one canto a day? A canto is about 10 pages. So that's what Canto 1 looks like, right? You'll hear that in a second. And Canto 2 that's Canto 1. Like, it's very, very thin. So it's not very many pages. 1, 2, so 6, 7 pages per canto. There's nearly 100. Okay. So one of those a day on a walk with a Walkman or um, earbuds, you can go through some interesting, just relax to give it a chance to work on you. It makes a difference. For me, it made a big difference. And what's stunning here is we've got an Australian guy who has then done the same as Dante did at his age to turn it into English that we can relate to immediately. There are other translations that do really interesting things. The biggest problem they have is because it's in English, two problems. One is the rhyming structure of the Divine Comedy, which is a three-line structure, doesn't work very well in English. Dorothy Sayers did a translation that way, and the language sounds very effete, very light, whereas Dante's is strong and you hear the sound of the feet and the move of bodies because of the way it works in Italian. Others have tried free form, which gets you the meaning at least, but not the beat of the thing. Clive has thought to himself, I'm going to try and get that beat running in the English language. So he uses a four-line rhyming structure with all sorts of subtleties in the way he does it. And I want you to hear it because it's very seductive. And I don't mean like as in for those of a certain theological bent. I mean it in the sense that your ear will get it. Those of you who are not Australians might find it slightly more of a James Joyce is my Irish writer. Sorry, by the way. Yes, is the language, the English language might sound a little lush by American standards. So here's the first 3 or 4 minutes.
Presents The Divine Comedy, written by Dante Alighieri and translated by Clive James. Narrated by Eduardo Ballerini. Book 1. Hell. Canto 1. At the midpoint of the path through life, I found myself lost in a wood so dark the way ahead was blotted out. The keening sound I still make shows how hard it is to say, how harsh and bitter that place felt to me. Merely to think of it renews the fear. So bad that death, by only a degree, could possibly be worse. As you shall hear, it led to good things, too, eventually. But there and then I saw no sign of those. And can't say even now how I had come to be there, stunned and following my nose away from the straight path. And then, still numb from pressure on the heart, still in a daze, I stumbled on the threshold of a hill where trees no longer grew. Lifting my gaze, I saw its shoulders edged with overspill from our sure guide, the sun, whose soothing rays at least a little melted what that night of dread had done to harden my heart's lake. And like someone who crawls, half dead with fright, out of the sea and breathes, and turns to take a long look at the water, so my soul, still thinking of escape from the dark wood I had escaped, looked back to see it whole. The force field no one ever has withstood and stayed alive. I rested for a while, and then resumed along the empty slope my journey in the standard crofter's style, weight on the lower foot. Harder to cope when things got steeper, and a mountain cat with party-colored pelt, light on its feet, in a trice was in my face and stayed like that, barring my way, encouraging retreat. 3 beasts, was this the leopard lechery, were said to block the penitential climb for sinners and for all society, and here was one sticking to me like lime. Not only did it hamper me, it made me think of turning back. Now was the time morning begins. The sun, fully displayed at last, began its climb, but not alone. The stars composing Aries, sign of spring, were with it now, nor left it on its own when the first love made every lovely thing the world can boast. A thought to give me heart, that I might counter in this gentle hour of a sweet season the obstructive art, pretty to see but frightful in its power, of that cat with the colored coat. But wait. If fear had waned, still there was fear enough to bring on pride, the lion in full spate. Head high, hot breath to make the air look rough, as rocks in summer seem to agitate the atmosphere above them without cease, so rabid was its hunger. On its heels the wolf appeared, whose name is Avarice, made thin by a cupidity that steals insatiably out of its own increase, obtained from many people it made poor. This one propelled such terror from its face into my mind, all thoughts I had before of ever rising to a state of grace were crushed. And so, as one who, mad for gain, must find one day that all he gains is lost in a flood of tears, a conscience racked with pain, just so I felt my hopes came at the cost of being forced by this unresting beast, little by little down towards that wood, whose gloom the sun can never in the least irradiate. But all at once there stood before me one who somehow seemed struck dumb by the weight of a long silence. "Pity me, and try to tell me in what form you come," I cried. "Is it a shade or man I see?" And he replied, "No, not a man, not now. I was once, though, a Lombard. Parents born in Mantua, both born there." That was how his words emerged, as if with slow care torn, like pages of a book soaked shut by time from his clogged throat. "Caesar was getting on when I was young."
Yeah, that's that's the how it begins, and the person that's talking there with Caesar is Virgil. Virgil comes to Dante, and then that's how the trip starts. But you can see from the language, it's a very rich, flowy style of writing that's, I think, quite a breakthrough. And just by the way, a theologian called David Bentley Hart, who's a very profound scholar on matters of Gospels and theology, he's written a really good review of Clive's translation and was so impressed with it. He'd been experimenting it himself, but then he took the leap and wrote a translation of the Gospels, not as poetry, but in the style of making it as accessible as possible it might have sounded when it was written in the first place. So Dante's saying this Latin culture has become too airy-fairy, and the people don't get to feel it, and the church is exploiting the fact they don't get to feel it. I, Dante, am going to make it aware to them in their own language at the best sonic rendition as possible, i.e. as poetry. And Clive comes along and says, all this Dante stuff and Christianity has become so into academia, Dantisti, as they call this, specialists of Dante. I'm going to bring it back down to ground where people can hear it in a language they can understand. And so he's done his thing. And Bentley Hart does the same with thinking the Gospels, when they were first written, what would they have sounded like by people that are not scholars when they wrote them? And so he's gone and done a similar thing with the Gospels, producing a whole series of critiques and controversy in the process because they're not using the King's English. So anyway, there's the metaphysical structure, the notion of making it into poetry that's vernacular, the translation that tries to redo it in English, and the idea I'm bringing to it is that the purpose of these things is to provide a series of reflections on the sound of the sin that's animating, or the virtue that's animating the spoken word that Dante brings to the poem. So that's the overall structure. I just want to end now with a kind of schematic here of what the whole thing can look like. Let me just move this here, move that away. Where did it go?
Richard, you might need to open your share screen.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, yes. Share screen now. I'll just get that up. Close that. And share screen is Oh, down here. That's right. Sorry. Okay, sharing. Okay. Where am I? So you can see me behind just by way of the books. I'm going to describe that diagram shortly, but behind it, they're all books. They're all Dante from that side to there. All those three. That's a tiny fraction. I mean, you'd have, in terms of serious intellectuals have written on Dante, it's an amazing list of. You're in really good company if you look at what Hegel says, or George Steiner, or there's Freud, and there's a whole lot of literary critics, obviously, and poets. Hegel was blown away by it because he thought he saw there an example of how he might construct the language of philosophy for German language. That's what really caught Hegel's imagination when he read Dante. Anyway, so just to give you an idea now of what this diagram looks like, I'll zoom in at various points. Right. So this is the structure of the whole journey. So if you think of it in terms of columns, you can see there that there's a double column that's headed infernally disfigured people. Then the middle one has 3 columns that I'm calling purgatorially reconfigured people. And the last 2 columns are paradisically transfigured people, right? And then down the side, those three animals that assail Dante early on in the first few minutes of the poem open up the issue of the 3, these are Aristotelian categories of the soul, the concupiscible, the irascible, and the intellectual, or the vegetative, the animated, and the intellectual, right? And each of those modes have passive and active ways of operating. So the structure of the poem, and I actually think Dante had some sort of diagram on his wall there, because the alignment. So everyone reads, see the arrows. The thing reads like where the arrows go. They go around and up and down, up and down and down, and it's all like a long story, one journey, one place. But in terms of the analytics of it, he's actually trying to say this is what it sounds like when people are in hell, meaning they fall short of what they could be doing with their lives, comma, notwithstanding whatever constraints they're claiming to have that's holding them back, which is a bizarre thing in a way, but it's also, people find that inspiring in another way, because once they think, yeah, well, what's the worst that can happen? I can die. Okay, well, why don't I, in the middle of all this chaos or infirmity or whatever, I'll do these following things that are more than just me in plight. Purgatory is this whole question of mobilizing the pronoun us. What can we do to reciprocally clean out the bad habits that are in the way of us living better? And the reason why there's 3 columns there is that purgatory, there is the Mount Purgatory, which is the terraces. You'll notice the hell is the circles. The terraces are the mountain going up the mountain. The anti-purgatory, the shoreline before they go on the mountain, is got its own little thing, which is the lower, middle, and upper level of those things, and they line up the same way. And ditto with heaven, you'll see there's the spheres there. So you've got circles in hell, terraces on the mountain, purgatory, and spheres in the sky for heaven. And then there's 3 more levels past heaven. When you flip it round and you get that 3 sphere, you've got 3 levels, which are the three persons of the Trinity, which mark out faith, hope, and love. So the argument is, and this is the book that does, this is the first guy that really got into this. I'm hoping that shows up reasonably well. Anyway, this guy, Swig, was a Korean soldier, came across the Divine Comedy in his youth, was so blown away with it, he emigrated from Korea and went to America, became a Catholic. He's now a professor, I think still a professor in Austin, Texas. And he's written quite a few books on Dante, but this is his big one. And this is the first guy, I think, who has at a book level thing says, you don't read the Divine Comedy only through a journey, going, in other words, where those arrows are. You should read them in parallel, because then you can compare and contrast the sound of gluttony versus the sound of temperance. And it's in the understanding of those two different modes that the terrace of purgatory then makes sense as to what transformations to be achieved. So it's a interesting argument, and I can only now, I mean, I'm more and more intrigued with that this is actually a worthwhile analytic, but I'm also starting to notice ways in which this actually works, because you can actually give around particular people or issues sections of this poem, you give a bit of background, and say, don't look at the picture, because Dante's really good at depicting pictures, as you noticed in the beginning there about this, the sunrise and so on. It's a very sort of lush and intricate and contrasting set of visual cues, which is why, by the way, there are so many paintings and illustrations of the Divine Comedy. But that's not the point. That's just the lure. That's the taste of it. The thing that really makes it work is running horizontally across those levels, to hear the transformation of the voice that starts off caught by the grip of a vice and ends up with the expansiveness of a virtue. And that's the bet I'm working on. And if anyone gets intrigued with this and wants to form a group of readers of this, I've done a few. I'm getting better at it. More than happy to email me, and we can do by Zoom or whatever time zones thing. But have a listen to the thing. Just by the way, what you heard is from, if you go to Audible, those in the States, if you go to Audible, you'll find Clive James, Divine Comedy, Dante. You'll find it there, and it's there 14 hours. You can download it for a fee. If you go in Australia, it'll redirect you to the Australian market, which has got a block on it for copyright reasons. And that's so on the Australian site, right at the top, you can say, go to the US site, and you click there and you get to the Audible US, and you can buy the Audible if you want to listen to it. My own project is to take the Audible for private study, of course, to break the sound segments to fit within all these different cells, with another layer of subdivision that I've got analytic. I've shown it here. So you can actually get the full fabrical structure of this amazingly constructed poem. And just by way in finale, Dante was very, very captured by Islamic thinking on this front. So in Verona, the nobleman there had Jewish and Islamic scholars, and Dante and others. They all milled around there, and they were very pro emperor. They were anti the idea that there should be these little ethnic city states with their own little vanities. They were very much in favor of the notion of a world order. And this gets into some subtleties and complexities about what does that look like. And so Dante wrote another book called Monarchy, which he makes it look like there should be a world monarch. But what it really boils down to, when you get to the nitty-gritty, he's really talking about a world system of governance that keeps people in a context of living so that they're not on the margins of getting caught up with, like, for example, the rapaciousness of money lending and the rapaciousness of wages and so on. It's that kind of thing, plus having the notion of a universal church that deals with the individual's journey through complexities of life. Now, that at that time was Catholicism, but you could make an argument for a notion of a spiritual movement that had a generic value across the different cultures, that had its own form of communicating in a certain way that allows people to see what, in this case, obviously is asserted, that there is a universal form of vices and virtues, allowing for linguistic variations, but these things are inbuilt to the human condition. So that's where that goes, and that's had all sorts of consequences, both in terms of Dante being proto-fascist to the other extreme as well. So it's quite a controversial politically, which I didn't want to get into, but I just mentioned it by way of aside if anyone's got questions on that. So I can finish there. If anyone wants any questions now.
Well, thank you, Richard, for your presentation on Dante. You should share the screen. That's good. Now, before we throw the meeting open to questions, comments and discussion with Richard, I have a couple of announcements. The first of which is to apologise to those of you who've come expecting Dr. Desmonda Lawrence to be speaking on Fernando Pessoa. She had to postpone. So her presentation will take place in February. Now, our next Existentialist Society lecture discussion will take place in 1 month's time on Saturday, the 1st of November at this time. And Dr. Timothy Dean Freeman from Deakin University is speaking on Deleuze and Luhrmann, Paradox, System and Psychoanalysis. I'll read that again. Deleuze and Luhrmann, Paradox, System and Psychoanalysis. And that's in 1 month's time. Now, the Existentialist Society has weekly Zoom sessions where we give other organisations a chance to have their say. So to see the weekly program and to get the links, they're available on the Existentialist Society's meetup page, and I'll put the link in the chat. There we go. I put it in the chat now. And you'll be able to see the weekly lectures, topics, and get the Zoom links there. Now, for our questions, comments, and discussion section, we'll use the raised hand method. You'll find the raised hand icon in the React tab at the bottom of your screen. So the first one with his hand raised is Ken. Go ahead, Ken.
Thanks, David. Just like to say thank you. I enjoyed that very much. It just shows you the power of language that has evolved over the thousands of years since we began to talk, and how we've created all these sort of concepts and pictures of what it might be like to have life ever after. And so on. You know, really enjoyed that. Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much.
Would you like to respond, Richard?
Oh, thank you for saying thank you. Yes, I think Dante's got a lot to say about languages, and he even has, when he's in heaven, he actually meets up with Adam to discuss the nature of Adam's language, as to what form it took and how it would have evolved, and was Hebrew really the same thing or different? Like it's a really, really dense piece of work. I haven't done it justice, but I mean, people just get blown over every time that, you think, oh my God. So I'm only just given what I think is the key for me in modern times, which is to say it's not afterlife, it's paralife. And the language side of it becomes important, because to hear the signatures of these things in someone's discussion and asides and dreams and so on is something you train your ear to do. And I think for me, having done lots of sociology and psychology, I mean, I'm familiar with taxonomies and diagnostics and all that kind of stuff, but I found this really quite a powerful way to deal with without having to sound didactic. I mean, I can find people who are doing something and I think, oh, you could do with this. And rather than do that, I say, well, try reading this bit, this bit, and then tell me what you think. And you'll see what happens. That if it's a sin that they're kind of caught up with, they'll either overreact, push themselves away, and then talk in a way that reveals that, or they'll jump right into it and defend it, and that also reveals something about them. So it's a funny, almost like a generic medicine in a way for them. It's a very strange thing. I haven't deployed this any formal way, but I've tried it a number of times, and I keep finding it surprising.
Ken, did you want to respond?
Oh, no, I have a scientific view rather than a literary view. I'm dyslexic, so I do have problems with language and reading and writing. But to sort of hear well, I'm an evolutionist, and my main interest area is how we've come up with all these golden concepts or constructs or cultural tools, I like to call them, to deal with humanity's challenges. It's fascinating. Love it. Bye. That's
Just
all
by,
I've got,
just,
David.
just by the way, on that front, Dante at his time was seen as a very scientifically minded person, right? He in the Paradiso he gives Beatrice all these words that she says, where, for example, it was only in 1978 or 72 that someone cracked the metaphor of the three sphere that he'd done. The geometry of that thing is actually not trivial. It's not a handover of mythology or something. He's actually constructed a geometry that has taken quite a while for people to actually there. And you look up on three spheres on YouTube, you can see what it looks like. But if you put in the word three sphere Dante geometry, you'll find easily 10 scientists and mathematicians mucking around in geometry just with that one. And he's played examples with light and bending light and all kinds of interesting things, right down to the anatomy of animals and like crazy. It's just, I mean, they didn't know as much as they didn't have the vastness of what we have to deal with. This is why we have institutes and so on. But for a guy floating around little monasteries in Florence, he had an insatiable appetite for anything, musical structure, maths. It's crazy. And so as a result of that, in Florence, there was an endless competition between Galileo and Botticelli as to who understood Dante the best. This is like 150 years later. And you can see really, really smart people kind of getting, wow, this guy's not simply a conduit of custom and hearsay of the traditions of past. This is a guy that's kind of soaked it all up, scrunched it all down, and then flung it back out. Say, well, what do you think of that? It's almost like a scientist with a radical hypothesis, like Einstein thing, is saying, like, no, space is curved. Are you crazy? What? Hey, can you say that? I mean, Dante's in that league of cultural event at the time. People at that end of philosophical end, and there are people who use it just as I'm sort of in a sense like in a quasi social, like in my system, it's like a social renovation tonic. It's a way of loosening up the way you talk about issues so you don't get tangled up with the immediacies of what you think is plausible today.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you again.
Thanks.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is it's not about Dante or his work, sorry, but I'm curious. So most of you would have some idea of this, certainly better than I do, of what is the most common foreign language that is taught in schools in Australia? Because one source I found said that it's actually Italian. So most of you live in Australia, you can tell me whether or not that's true. I'm very curious about this.
You mean foreign language taught?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it could be mostly in Catholic schools in Australia, but that's one source. It was actually Italian if you look over the whole country.
It may well be. I mean, it used to be Italian, French, German in the general curriculum, but now private schools tend to do the French and German. The state schools have got enough. Italians, but I'm not sure. It could also be Asian languages taught. Like Chinese has probably become the
Well,
biggest.
that is very interesting that Italian would be the most common. There's only one country that speaks Italian, and it's on the other side of the world. Anyway, so that's actually true. Okay.
Yes, but here's a good example of the linguistic dynamics. One of my former students ended up teaching in a school, and she teaches Italian in a state school with mostly Vietnamese students. And they thought, well, why are you doing that? And then the argument was, well, it's just a good intellectual exercise to have a different language for starters. But B, Vietnamese students become eventually Vietnamese adults, and some of them become Vietnamese business people. And manufacturing in Vietnam is skyrocketing. And the best people through which to enter Europe are Italians. You show an Italian an idea about what could be made in Taiwan or Vietnam, could they sell it in Germany and Denmark? Yep. It's a very funny synergy that I've come across with that. Just as an aside, by the way. So,
Peter, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I started studying Italian last year after having studied French and Spanish, and those are pretty closely related languages, but I just find Italian is so much more fun than French or Spanish.
Yes, just by the way, with Italian, one of the ironies of history is the Italian that Dante wrote was the Florentine or the Tuscan. It's the Tuscan language. In the north of Italy, where I'm from, there's Veneto, and because the Italian government decided, because of Dante's writing, actually, because Dante wrote the Divine Comedy, everyone decided, well, we'll use that version as the official language. That's how it started. But in actual fact, there are other language groups in Italy, one of which is Veneto, which has come to be seen as a dialect of Italian, but it's actually a different language. And ironically, in 1870, there is a Veneto translation of the Florentine, which to my ears sounds really engaging because it's got my childhood sense of that particular sound of the language, which grammatically has more nuances with Spanish and English than it does with Tuscan, oddly enough, in certain little grammatical forms. And Dante's been translated into like lots of languages. If you go to Wikipedia and see how many translations have been done, you'll see just how crazy it is.
DLJ, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. I think I would probably get my passport revoked if I didn't do my duty at this point and point out that the second language for Australians is English, isn't it? Sorry, had to do that.
Good point.
Okay, thank you. I enjoyed that talk a lot. I was thinking it's like the 14th century viral memes, except they took a long time to type them out, right? But it's you said the way it spread, and that made me think about what would be a modern version of this. What would be the modern equivalent if you removed or found a modern equivalent for heaven and hell, and for the deadly sins and so on? So either not have them or found the modern equivalent. So entertain us. What would be the modern version of it?
Oh, you've hit the nail. That's the billion-dollar question. The interesting argument there. You've hit. I wasn't going to go into this, but I will now. Is I had exactly the same thought when I read through all this, sociologically and theologically and so on. I thought, well, obviously now the nature of the discourses and the mishaps and the misadventures are completely different to then. So you can pick the signature tune in general, but you can't use the example because people don't do these things today in terms of, we've got toilets and running water and all sorts of, mass transit systems and professionals and all sorts of stuff that Dante wouldn't have had as examples. So the interesting thing there is, and the test of Dante's analytical plausibility would be precisely to do what you're just asking, which is to translate not just the language, but the actual examples to modern things. And a classic example of this that started me off on this thing is because I'm living in what you might call strata land, which are condominiums as they're called in the US. It's a really interesting thing to overhear conversations about buildings, because for most people they're infernal. They go down the elevator and it's a bit stuck, or it's a bit smelly, or it hasn't been cleaned. They go, oh, well, nah. They have no ability to think, well, should I clean? No, someone's paid to do that. I'm going to write to someone to complain. That's hell language. And you could write up, and with some AI assistance, by the way, you could take the textual form and put the modern anecdote using an elevator or etiquette with walking a dog or political corruption today. I mean, you could map the examples with some care, and then redesign the language around that example, and then do a final run around the actual poetic structure of it, which is a separate issue. But I think Clive James's structure of translation is spot on, because it's a really loose way to do it. It's got, when you're reading it, it's got an airiness to it and an openness about it that would lend itself to have it be about completely different things. So instead of being in a dark lake on a hillside, you might be outside a pub with broken bottles, wondering what the hell are you doing here and where's the bus stop, and here some guy turns up, and you could recreate it. But the trick would be not to talk about then, I'm now going to take you through a journey through hell thing. No, we're going to stay in Sydney or Melbourne or New York. I'm going to take you through the sound of these things because they're around today. So you pop up invisibly, they don't see you in the boardroom. You hear how they talk about monetizing this or monetizing that, or fiscal re-engineering, or some other place about advertising gambling strategies to get the young. All the usual things that humans get up to when vice is in charge. Now, the argument is, are there new vices now? Are we different? I would argue no, because I think there's a really strong argument that the structure of those vices are actually part and parcel of the culture that still is inculcated, not just through socialization, but through the very institutional structures we still live by. So I don't think that needs to be so much modified, because the language, I should take that back a bit. The virtues need to be reworded. So, for example, mercy is a good example. Mercy as an opposite to pride sounds to us a bit odd. Pride means where you puff yourself up to presume to be in the know, to be the one that can say whatever it has to be said, or has the legacy that deserves to be recognized. The pride, we sort of understand that. But when you say mercy, that's a bit, you think, well, what's that mean? Like mercy, take mercy? What, like soldiers should be merciful or judges should be merciful? No, the interesting thing about the mercy there is actually the issue of a hand up. It's to say someone's down and you say, oh, look, mate, can I pick you up? But you need it. That's mercy. The mercy is the act of enabling going back onto the path, which in the judge logic, oh, dear judge, please exercise mercy, meaning, okay, I won't put you in jail for 20 years, we'll do 10 because you might have a chance to reform. But that's a bit narrow and Protestant in a way, because just by the way, the Reformation did funny things with the Dante thing, because who is it? I mean, this English intellectual says the Protestants looked at the Divine Comedy and thought hell was fantastic. Yeah, that's what people need to hear. But purgatory, that's just a travesty. I mean, you don't get a second chance after God's mysterious ways of judgment. Cut it out. So Protestantism has heaven and hell. But you can argue the other way, that secularism says, no, hell's out, purgatory and heaven are in. But the ultimate argument is they're just signature. There's two signatures, the in order to motive and the because of motive, and the purgatorial ambience is what does the transformation to the language. But it's not a therapy, because it's not about, let's talk about your problems. It's the way you're talking about your problem is common. Lots of them do it. Can you hear them all? Do you really listen to other people doing the same? You don't need to be there. And mercy would be one of the mechanisms to bring it up. So the virtues need a bit of rewording, but it does still connect with the original form, because they did work their way through hundreds and hundreds of years of careful reflections by, you know, Hellenic thinkers, Stoic and Judaic thinking, and then on and on through Roman times. I mean, they've been honed down a lot. So, but you know, I mean, I'm just expressing a thing that they're fairly embedded, and therefore the poem still has salience today, albeit with some of these tweaking about the scope of the virtues.
I can see this being done as memes. Yeah, so I think for heaven and hell, we're talking about the social dystopia, social utopia contrast, without necessarily there being anything eschatological about it, right? Yeah, like hell and heaven on earth in terms of
yes,
society.
except this is Dante. This is how Dante responds to this question. Like you said it exactly right at one level. Yeah, utopia, dystopia, and like, yeah, as long as we understand them as concepts of contrasts, that's it. But the interesting question is how they're spoken, not what they are as a concept, how they're lived. Like you get people who are in a dystopic situation who continually daydream about a utopian possibility as a form of succor. So you've got utopian fantasy that's cocooning the full dystopia that you're actually in. So so it's in the language that it's not the contrast of the concepts, it's in the articulation of the language. And the other thing about eschatological side is that the eschatology in Christian thinking is like millennial logic, albeit sometimes messianically compressed back to, and it's now finally the gates are opening, so it can become compressed, but it tends to distend itself into in time, the great journey, etc. But in the poetry logic, it's actually the verbalization of the poem, because as you speak it, it's already anticipating the next word that's meant to come out and the next contrast is meant to come out. So you live and dream, you live and go with the reading ahead of yourself on an emotional register before you get there intellectually. And the best test of this that really blows you away when you see it is, I don't know if anyone's ever, you know, you listen to a phone call and there's a delay in your voice, and it's really irritating because you hear it and then you hear it and you hear it and then you hear it and you, stop it. But if you bring that delay in and in, so it's only a quarter of 3 milliseconds of delay, which is exactly the time that the neurons are trying to grab the word that fits the thought that's bubbling through your brain. That gap, if you hit it with the sound of what you just said, at that point, you become speechless. You just, it's like I'm holding these things and thinking, it's just weird. And people, when you do it as a joke, they can't believe it and they start laughing and then take it off and start talking again. But you think, there it is. Like the very act of speaking is already producing this little yearning moment that's waiting for a neuron to come and grab it to put it into the language. And that little space in Christianity becomes a legacy and a heritage and a projection that's much, much bigger than the tiny, tiny moment of a thought or a word wanting to be expressed. But it's the same. It's just a cultural amplification of the same evolutionary gain that we can speak, which is why poetry is so important. For me, I wasn't interested in poetry for a long, long time, but I now see it as a really interesting way, and particularly with AI, I can see ways of creating quite provocative and evocative and potentially disruptive forms of discourse that kind of chime, because the people, that's it, yep, like we can get into this microscopically in a sense. It's not that there's a theory of here's the vision splendid from Christianity or something or Marxism. It just people will in sharing the ability to share that little lapse of time and make it longer, the jokes can be spoken. That's why the comedy is like joke structure. It's like a gag. It sort of hits you at the point where you think, oh, that was, yeah, that's a good outcome.
Well,
Conrad, your turn.
As a poet, you left me speechless. So thank you. Thanks for that. Really good.
No, surely not. You mean you don't want to say?
Conrad, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Uh, can you just talk a little bit more about the translation of Clive's and other translations that you've read and liked?
Well, I mean, to give you a sense of them,
And when did you start reading Dante's?
about 5 years ago.
Okay.
So this is the most in universities around the world. Mark Musa, the Divine Comedy, the Portable Dante, is not rhyming, but it's sentence for sentence clarity. Like the words are virtually transcription of Dante's words. So this is the most accessible meaning rendition of Dante. So it's an unambitious poetic venture, but it's a very clean, honest rendition of what's being said in the poem, rather than
What would you say? What would you say that, because you described Clive's translation very well earlier on, and I really liked how you described it. What would you say that's missing in the Clive one that's in the Penguin one? And do you recommend maybe perhaps to read both at the same time, or both would offer different insights?
Well, this is like lean poetry. It's poet. It's, you read it and it's kind of nice, but it's not gripping as poetry.
Right.
But it might be gripping as content. Like oh wow, that's a strange concept. Or oh whoa, is that what they do to the people that commit suicide? Like whoa, this book can catch that really well. But what Dante in Clive James's version, the pace, the mood, the body movements, the steps of Dante himself in the character is coming through in the rhythm of the poem. So when you heard that beginning bit, you can almost hear him clambering up and sliding back and then shuddering and then hesitating. It's not just the words, it's the way they're formed. You feel him in the dark woods and then confronted with, oh my God, there's that lion. It's breathing and there's the mist and there's something more there than you get in this one.
Right. And
That's
what do you think? Yeah.
Sorry?
And have you ever looked at the Columbia Digital Dante?
Yeah, that's a fantastic resort. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
it seems to be sound.
that's
Yeah.
what's the name? I've forgotten the name now. It's an Italian lady. Yeah, that's a really, just by the way, the digital Dante, if you type in digital Dante, that's probably the best crib, not crib, it's the best framing of context and stuff by someone that's read Dante and is moved by it to make it relevant today. She's not changing words or anything. She's just writing commentary around the words, but yeah, and there's a lot of insights about the thinking that's going behind Dante's words.
And can you talk a little bit about, you were talking about the power of I tried to find, by the way, the audio version of Clive's, and you did describe how it's been blocked in Australia, and you're absolutely right. Completely blocked from Apple Books and Amazon. You have to go to the US site. Maybe you could put those instructions for everyone in the.
You can buy it there though, I think.
But yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, but
with a VPN, I'm not sure how that works.
yeah, it can get quite difficult with different accounts. But can you talk a little bit about, because when you're playing that little excerpt from the Clive translation, the audio one, the translator, I immediately recognized his voice, and
Yes.
he'd actually translated a number of books from Dean Koontz, for example, and others, and it seems
I
that
mean the narrator, not the
yeah,
translator.
sorry,
Narrator.
yeah, I might have misspoken. Then I apologize. Yeah, the narrator was really,
Yeah.
because I'd listened to him before.
He used to be in The Sopranos,
Oh,
the TV series The Sopranos. One of the brother of some. I can't place him, but anyway, that's what. But he's done a lot of. He's really
yeah.
he's I mean, it's almost he over, like when Clive reads himself, he said the narrator sounds better.
Yeah.
It's he's really soaked it up. It's amazing. I mean, it would, like for me, a purgatorial reading of this would be to say, have 5-10 people do 2-kilometer walk with the headphones, listening to a particular canto, going to a cafe and then discussing it. I think that would be a genuine way of, because the poem carries the pace. I mean, you can actually, like in heaven, Dante's feet aren't touching the ground anymore. He's floating. So the language goes with that style of floatiness. So it's a very, that's incredibly, it's a true work of art, like a worldwide work of art. It's just amazing. But I have not done that yet myself, the whole thing like that. But I'd
Yeah.
certainly love to do it with
And let
3,
me
4,
just ask
5 people.
one final follow-up question, which is a more difficult question. How does that, because it sounds like you pointed that your bookshop, your bookshelf is full of Dante, and it sounds like it's really moved you. How would you, and you said you've just only read it since 5 years ago.
Yeah.
How has that changed your life or your understanding of your own metaphysics? In particular, like how is it? What effect has it had on you?
Well, for me, and this is a bit like Dante in a way, I came through a tradition of sort of statistical analysis combined with sociology. That's the sort of blend. So I've always thought of abstracting this from the situation and then diving back in with a regime of data collection or from admin sources and so on. So as a result of that, there's two sort of risks here. One is I can sound overly analytical and therefore above it all or something and not connecting with people. And on the other hand, with data, again, seem like I'm talking from not the real source, but some sort of derivative source. Now, what Dante showed me was you can take a situation, like there's many things he describes. I think, oh yeah, I can walk into that situation. And instead of doing it sociologically, I think now in terms of re-rendering the nature of the discourses I'm listening to reveal the structure I would otherwise talk about. You know, I mean, it's a funny logic. It's kind of going native. You're still having the analytical structure, but rather than going into a pub or a domestic argument or a traffic jam or whatever it is you're studying, and thinking I've got to keep my distance, keep, you know, all that kind of thought, which is necessary doing it as a discipline. But, and in the other ways, in that system, if you start saying, don't listen too much, otherwise you get drawn into their little world and you can't be analytical. So it's sort of that tension that you get in, say, participant observation studies like that. But now with this is like a little filter. I can suck in all whatever they're saying without thinking I have to analyze it. No, I'm just grabbing the feel of it. I'm going to translate the feel of what's going on, not their feelings, but the feel of it in a sense of an objective feeling state that comes from the language that other people overhearing think, yeah, there's a bit of desperation in undertone to that voice or whatever it is. And so for now, I'm more, instead of sounding, because I can come across as being overly scrutinizing or overly not invading, but sort of, you know, paying too much attention to what's otherwise a conversation, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it can sort of distort the chemistry. Whereas now it's more relaxed because you're just taking the thing on the ride. And afterwards, I can then say, okay, what was the signature feel of it? And that gives me an anchor point to then do analysis. And so I found that kind of useful. I haven't trained anyone to do that myself yet, but that's what intrigues me. And the bigger thing, which I'm just expressing today, is I think whoever it was that asked the question there about how would you write it today, you know, God damn it, yeah, that's exactly what we have to do today. Not do a translation, but do a re-inscription using today's issues like Instagram and mobile phones and you know, gambling and international monetary fund things and ethno-fascism or, you know, whatever it is, the full canopy of things that capture how people incarcerate themselves, diminish their level of agency inside the very thing they think maybe might be bringing them somewhere. And everyone kind of takes sides. Oh, yeah, well, if you're if you're a pro-Trumper, you're stuck in that bubble. But then if you're in there, you're thinking, well, those wispy, other people are floating around with sort of ideological whims that they don't even understand, don't deal with them personally. There's all sorts of stances and bullshit that wrecks the public discourse. And we end up saying, oh, well, let's do the Anglican thing of let's see everyone's got a point of view and come to a consensus, that kind of talk. Whereas this thing says, no, we've got a cacophony in the orchestra. We're going to find the tune that lines everybody up. So you get, the guitar playing in a certain way, and then the next guy can come in and you start finding the harmony in the musical score, not the consensus amongst the people that are playing the instruments. That's the difference. And that's weird. I mean, what I just said, it's just
Yeah.
genuinely weird.
And then let me just ask you, just following up from what you just said, that chart that you've got behind you,
Yeah.
that seems to relate to what you've just been talking about, where you're seeing
Yes.
these patterns. Now, did you create that chart?
Yes. This guy argued for this kind of thinking.
Yeah.
What I had to do here was the fact that it's iterating inside purgatory 3 times over. So you can't just run 1, 2, and 3. This one's going 3 times over, and this one has an antechamber where the same 3 things are repeated. And over here, there's this post-spheric, post the spheres, and you've got the Godhead where he's actually witnessing the Trinity. He's like there watching three colorful discs interlocking with each other, which into what would otherwise be called a Borromean knot. So I was just expanded it out. I mean, so it's not like that's my conceptual breakthrough. I've just taken his stuff and expanded it a bit more. Others have, I mean, there's lots of other up there. There's all the people pouring into this thing. And this is what's so funny. Here's a good example of scholarship going crazy. There is a volume, they did conferences where they compared Canto 1 in hell with Canto 1 in purgatory, with Canto 1 in heaven, and then 2. And so you got the whole book of all the 3 things compared, as if Dante is so pedantic as to line them up 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. He's sliding them around, and he's got also, it's a much more fluid structure. So you've got to get into the stream. You've got to get into the stream of the irascible and smell it out, because it sometimes splits on the next one here. It does, and then sometimes the anecdote that captures it's got another aside, because Dante's he's not rigid. He will put, I mean, he's talking about tomatoes, but he'll throw a bit of jelly in there as well. Like he's always creating a texture that's more than whatever the argument is. So you've got this air of like richness that's way past. It's crazy. And I'm not a literary person. I mean, I'm becoming a literary person in a very narrow sort of way. But I'm yeah, and I'm now making contact with literary and painters and stuff to sort of think, well, how would we do this? I mean, to give you an example, you could, in Florence, they have Bernini. I don't know if you, The Life is Beautiful. The actor from The Life is Beautiful, that guy. He reads the Divine Comedy in a piazza. He gets 30,000 people coming to listen to Inferno, that kind of stuff. He also recites it in the European Parliament, because Dante is like patron saint for that kind of thinking of the global order. But you could have kids, like imagine a primary school in Australia lining up 100 kids in teenage years, memorizing just enough to say their bit on a 1 kilometre piece of road or thing, and doing a recital of that with cameras, and that's a cultural artifact. That's, the kids would be thinking, oh, I was in that, I memorized that, they'll want to read the rest. And other people think, what the hell was that? There's no, I mean, Dante for me, keeps moving me into space. I'm thinking, what the hell am I talking about? Like it's not the standard, like, let's do a cultural event, we'll have this and we'll have that, the usual. Dante kind of get a supercharge of just busting out sideways, where there's a crack in the institutional order. Like there's, education becomes so routinized and yet at the same time fantasizing on the autonomy of the person. Whereas Dante comes along and says, you recite this in a group, see what happens. Particularly if they pick the section, and I mean, if they're old enough, you pick a section that has a vibe for you, like you get angry. Okay, I'll do that bit. And I'll do it in purgatory, or I'll do it when it's no longer anger. Where is it? Where it becomes meekness. And meekness is a funny one too, because we think of meek and mild as in like a bit washed out, like grayed out, like flimsy, like, oh, it's meek, oh, just don't mind me. It's not like that. It means turning the other cheek. Like, you want one punch, do two. I'm not moving. It's a meekness is in the ability to sustain the impact of going against the grain. It's not meekness as in like just giving in. On the contrary, it's a pulling back so that you can take the next hit. And in Dante, he captures that sort of hero doing that sort of stuff in heaven. Who knew? Like, it's not, none of this is around. Like, I'm digging in here. I'm coming out here saying, hey, look at this. But I'm not, I mean, there's lots of Dantistas and a lot of people that love Dante, and in Italy, everyone's read Dante and quote it, and people go out of the pub reciting one of the cantos because they've memorized it. So it's in the culture in that sense, but it's as performance, not as ethos. It's just a performative thing. You sort of do it as like you wear a cravat or something. Whereas what I'm talking about is, wow, you can extend. And in my case, for a variety of reasons, I went through a whole series of misadventures, which in this, it became comical. Like, I was reenacting them comically from a distance that I would never have thought to do at the time, because you're thinking, well, my story needs to be heard. It's a very strange liberating of the soul, in that sense of your reactivity to the world is modulated by something that's more than just your own feeling state or your habits. There's something that's coming as a sheath of the culture that modulates the sounds you hear. And so you're sort of deploying yourself in the world almost with I was going to use the word etiquette, but not in the sense of the refineries of what middle class or upper class people do, but an etiquette of gentility. And that's where the meekness comes, is going into the sinews of the social world and staying yourself, and drawing people out from it. It's like a little tentacles, and people come out, they're stuck to it. They come out and find the enchantment of that way of looking at things, or not. And sometimes they react, go the other way. But that's partly because, in a way, you could argue people have made a bet with their sense of autonomy, and they're going to stick by it because that's what it is. It's autonomy. Dante's saying you're fooling yourself. There's a place in hell for that. It's not because he's consistently interested in the we-ness, or how the agency beyond us. And another good example is when I was using the example of strata living, where everyone's isolated in their units and there's a body corporate and a managing agent, all that kind of stuff. It's very, very isolating and diminishing and demeaning as people navigate that. But on the other hand, with just a little bit of wit, you can change things around, that just by very little etiquettes of things about who puts a sign on something or whatever, garbage and so on. And you get improvements. Then people think, yeah. And that, in a paradisial thing, that's a story. That's a story you tell to the youngers, saying, they're next door. They still argue about the dog poo. Here, the dogs are behaved. It's not the council's problem. We're just fixing it up. Not that there aren't serious problems that have to be solved by councils and state governments and federal governments and corporations. I mean, it's not a panacea. It's just a low-level etiquette of, in a sense, it's a bit like a stoicism. It's a pulling back from the immediacies of the situation. But unlike stoicism, it's not saying, cruise through, man, don't let them get you. Here you sort of hold back, catch it on the wake. So you sort of surf it rather than penetrate. It's a certain kind of intimacy, I think. I mean, it's still early days for me because I'm only just trying
Can I
this
ask,
out for the first time in
can
front
I
of
ask a follow
people.
up, Richard, if you don't mind? Just because
Sorry?
can I just ask a follow up? Because
Sure.
a lot of things have come into my mind from you're very good at the stream of consciousness in your expression. I'm just wondering just having said all that, which part of the poem um, are you still trying to figure out or understand or
The hardest part is Paradiso, is
okay.
heaven, because there's two parts to that. There's the story, the heroism side is fine. You can create that, and schools love to do it. Cecil Rhodes, or the good things people did, or sometimes the bad things. But you're looking at the heroisms of people that did good things, good deeds. But the hardest part, which I'm now trying to get my head around, is the angelic side, which is why I started the other time with the angelic versus artificial intelligence, because Dante's using a classical view of angelology, and he's using it in a very peculiar way. I can't quite fathom it, but because he's so visceral, it's a funny thing. He's got the angels as levels of possibility, and he describes it with a sense of what it is, but not enough concreteness, because after all, it's heaven. It's ethereal at that point. You're on your way to God's an unspeakable entity, and God is not a thing here. God is more like a verb. It's a verb that you learn to mobilize it in language, and it gives you that extra reach in where this sentence is going to go. So it's a funny, I think, what kind of theology is that, if I'm right, what I just said? I'm still lost with that one, but they're the sort of things that I'm very interested in the paradisial things, particularly with the angelology, because I think we're moving to a stage where I went to a meeting with AI people, and they couldn't help themselves, understandably. Oh, what could go wrong? What if this, it's going to become a sentient being? So they're creating a kind of pagan view of a god. I'm thinking, it's yourself, for God's sake. Why can't you bring it back in and verbalize it in a form and discipline the set construction of AI with the language you're using to describe what it should do? I mean, software's not like an autonomous thing of culture. It's not magic. It's dictation, but we're not dictating it correctly because we think, I'll solve this problem. See if you can catch this out. You're not going to the end state saying, well, what would it look like to have, and Dante uses the word, he's the first guy to use the word transhumanity. He actually says, get this right. It's a transhumanizing of our setting, where the angelic form fuses with the humanity of people. It doesn't mean skies are blue, but it just means that there's a lot more configurational cunning that we could mobilize if we stop just thinking about tools like AI. Oh, they might be misused. That's hellish, because you're already into the because of that, now we can't do this. And thinking, oh, you never know, that could happen. Then we wouldn't be able to do something else. That language is not helpful analytically, because AI is bigger than that, and we need to get bigger than AI, which is why you need this sort of Archimedean point of angelology to be able to step back enough to see what it's meant to be. I think I'm talking off the top of my head, so apologies if it's a little bit meandering, but that's the one that really bugs me now.
Conrad, did you want to respond?
No, that's good. Thank you very much, Richard. You gave some great answers. Thank you.
Right, thanks. About half an hour ago, I noticed that in the chat, Rick has written, it is interesting hearing about the link between Dante and Karl Marx. Would you care to...
Yeah, I mean, I was stunned by this too. I mean, once I got in, I mean, just by the way, this is where you think that there's like a little divine intervention here. My father's called Dante. His sister's called Beatrice. Their father that gave them their name is called Angelo. This is in Italy. And Angelo was a priest, and he was a priest because he was a very clever boy in school. And there's no way you're going to learn enough at our local school. Go to the monasteries. That's how he ended up. So he learned English and maths and poetry, and Dante, the poet. And so he called the two sons, Dante and Beatrice. So all of that has meant that I started to realize there's a logic here where it's pervasive. So in the case of the people that have read Dante in social sciences and culture and so on, it's amazing. So James Joyce, Auden's a really good example of, there's a poem of his that's actually mimicking in tiny microscopic form the Divine Comedy, which is really, really clever. And Hegel, the phenomenology of spirit, there's people have written that the phenomenology of spirit as a journey of the conscious mind trying to come to grips with the complexity of the world is nothing other than the Divine Comedy mimicked in philosophical terms, right? Marx, the thing that got Marx is the mechanization of routine self-emaciation. So in the devil, where the devil's pumping, it's going whoosh, 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 meaninglessly freezing over people's sense of agency. And catching them by their pride or by their envy or whatever. And that's what capitalism does. When Marx read that, he's like, yeah, I'm going to write Capital Volume 1. It reads exactly like that. Like there's this commodity, there's this shiny, shiny thing, the commodity. You exchange, fair deal, fair deal. Oh, but labor's inside, it's being squashed. Where? Back at the factory. Go there. Woof, woof, woof. You know, he got inspiration to write the kind of literary flurry that is Capital Volume 1 from having exposed himself to the Divine Comedy. Freud, equally reading the Divine Comedy, sort of thought, yeah, that's what I do. I'm a traveler through the unconscious, those dark areas of the mind. And so when and a good analogy, when Dante got this finished, it was 1308, but he wrote it he dated it as if he's writing it at 1300 exactly, because that was the year they thought there would be a messianic moment, and the rapture moment was going to. There's a subgroup that thought that, and Dante sort of did that. So when he was writing it, even though it was later than that, he could play on having predicted things at 1300 that then happened in 1307 or something like that, to cheat on the plausibility of his visit to hell, done in supposedly 1300, but he's actually writing in 1308, or the end of it in the later parts, 1308. Freud did the same. I mean, when he wrote the interpretations of dreams, he backdated it to 1900 to mark the century for him. So say this is the new epoch of clear thinking about, the human situation as part of the grand canopy of scientific understanding. And so there's a lot of little twists and turns of lots of, there's heaps of other people. It's not as well known now, but I think with the sort of, and I'm not the only one doing this, but I'm in a certain line of it, but I think this is going to take off in a big way in the end, because you can start constructing cultural artifacts of this. I mean, new kinds of illustrations, new kinds of paintings, new kinds of AI created entities and so on go crazy with this sort of stuff. The problem is that they're only mimicking it at the moment. They're mimicking the same old French illustrations from the 1800s. But with the sort of intellectual underpinning, I think there's a whole new set of things that you could possibly do. I don't know what they are yet, because I'm still wriggling my way out of what I've got myself into.
Well, Rick has reacted to your comments in the chat, and he says there seems to be links between Freud and Marx aside from the obvious link, the grand canopy of human understanding. Could I suggest to Rick that he comes on, raises his hand so that you could actually vocalize and express your view? Here we go. Rick, go ahead.
Is that too loud, or is it okay?
It's okay.
That's fine. That's good.
I just like the turn of phrase that Richard made about when he said the grand canopy of human understanding. I thought it was a good turn of phrase, which is why I put it in the chat. I thought it had interesting connotations with respect to architecture, and you could sort of got allusions to Michelangelo's ceiling sort of thing in that statement, I guess. Yeah, I always thought there was something suspiciously synchronous between Freud and Marx, aside from the fact they were both Hebrews. And perhaps they came from a sort of a common cultural background. So I mean, Freud, he talked about the dangerous crowd and these sorts of things. Adam Curtis talks about the evolution of Freud and in American culture and how it influenced, and through his nephew, Edward Bernays, he was quite influential in American culture through consumerism, and his daughter Anna Freud. I guess a lot of the time when you're talking about Freud, you may not actually be talking about the father Sigmund Freud, but actually the daughter Anna Freud, who perhaps, I don't know, I'm not knowing that much about Freud. You think, oh well, maybe Anna Freud, she corrupted Sigmund Freud's work in some sense, perhaps. But yeah, it's sort of interesting about Marx. Sort of there seems to be certain irony in a lot of Freud's work, where some of the things he ascribes to the dangerous crowd may be a form of projection, and in the sense Marx seems to be sort of alluding to what you were saying before, Richard, about the more people speak, the more they give up about who they are, even though they don't intend to. I think Marx and Freud are good examples of that, but you can't criticize Freud of that because he's the great master, right? So you can't criticize Freud of not being objective, so because he's the great master of psychoanalytics sort of thing. So, but
I think,
Marx.
Sorry, can I just to answer that? Just you've raised a set of other things that do connect to Dante here, which is you could argue today that the nature of particularly political discourse has not become has lost its capacity to be eschatological, as in like, what are we here? What can we, like Obama say, yes, we can, like some, those sort of notions of leaders saying we can fly to the moon, or we can do, or Kennedy saying, ask not what the state can do for you, but what you can do for the state. That sort of language has faded because now, in effect, it's not eschatological, it's just scatological. What's happening is it's like, instead of expressing a hope, because there is no hope to express, you express the despair of not having enough meaning and not enough clarity and not enough agency and not enough something, which is being harvested through systems that are supposed to respond to needs, but they're not needs that actually connect to fate of humanity. They are needs that relate to the moment of someone multiplied by 1 million times that has some common plight. So when you could say in my terms, then politics is going to hell because voters are in hell, politicians are in hell. So they can't talk beyond the ins and outs of what's bothering them and what they can get by with given the bother. Now, an argument could be made that Dante's style of thinking about poetry, there may be a form of discourse where you say, look, you take some particular problem where people are all agitated about it and say, how else can that be re-rendered so that the possibilities for agency, not just of the individual, but by 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 whatever permutations might alleviate or resolve or dissolve the problem at hand. And the issue we've got here, this sort of thinking disaggregates the problem. It's sort of saying, come down, down, down to where the hook is that's pulling people back up into the mire of the problem. So, for example, in Australia, there's a lot more talk of aspirations because people want to buy a house and they've got their this and they've got their returns. So the aspiring language takes a lot. Therefore, it's extremely vulnerable to anything that affects the aspiration, not these physical conditions. So people can get upset about migrants or corporations or all sorts of things because they can't verbalize their aspiration because they're getting in the way. Them, someone else, some other force. That's a really, really hellish world, that in Dante's terms, right? The purgatorial form is then, well, what forms of collaboration and reinstitutionalization of some problems that can be solved in certain ways be done? Now, what would be interesting would be to depict this thing and then turn it into comedic contrast, like, where you make fun of running around in circles and everyone blaming each other versus trying to get it right, but making mistakes in the process, which are equally, you're laughing at one lot, but you're laughing with the other lot because you're thinking, yeah, they're just human, they're making mistakes, but at least they're trying in a certain direction. There's the emergence of a certain libidinal force that's beyond an individual. So it's a bit like Freud's notion of the crowd, but it's not just, he thought the crowd as in like, the crowd in the street, but what about the host of angels? Like it's that sort of notion where the form of what we're trying to do just in this garden or just in this marriage or just the way we do the restaurant booking, like mundanities, which are visualized and then verbalized with the language of future. And not future as in like, what's it mean for time, profit, all those sort of analytical things that cut into it now are so crisscrossed that the only thing you can do is express frustration that your course of action is being thwarted. So then you get pissed off. So then it's scatological discourse, not eschatological. There's no notion of, can we rise above this? That's gone at the moment. So trying to rejig that so that, step one is not rewrite it, but re-envisage that away from medieval context to a modern context. And then having done that, make it a perpetual writing machine that people can contribute to. Well, what did you do today that's memorable? And you say something, but then it changes around, says, does this say it better for you? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's me. Press button into the blog sphere or wherever it goes. You build up verbal momentum for some space where hope can thrive. Now
is this like managing the narrative?
No, it's creating the narrative. It's not a management thing. It's a seeding operation. You seed often. A good example of this is where someone's going on about something and someone says, hey, wait a minute, there's a shortcut here. You can go this way. I was, oh, okay, good. We got to do that. Now, typically that's just forgotten because we're so busy about the queue. Oh, thank God there was a shortcut. And then we forget to memorialize it or to think, oh, shortcuts could be found elsewhere. Like who goes around looking for the shortcuts or whatever? There's.
So just to clarify, so when you say seeding the narrative, so are you saying that often when we're trying to solve a problem, we're approaching the narrative in too much of a narrow way?
We're using standard hand-me-down ways of talking about it. Like management speak is now very pervasive, isn't it? Economic cost benefit is very pervasive. So you end up with people thinking the best we can do is eliminate a plight. They can't say, let's go to heaven. That's just a crazy thought to say today. Like collectively, let's all go, let's make heaven happen today. That's just an insane thing to say now. Christians might, in certain groups, might think, no, that's still possible with prayer and so on. Fair enough. But the reality is we don't have a culture that has space for that much now. So you get at least the notion of like the news does this, will say a human interest story where at least someone here is doing a little bit of good with these children in this town with this basketball court. Little anecdote. Oh yes, that's a nice thought, but it doesn't you can't re-narrate that to where
It's
you're
not
because
part
we
of a
don't.
plan, is it? It's not.
No,
It's
no,
not
there's
part
no
of
plan
a.
here. This is the same logic as marketing people use, which is say commodities are running around, exchange for value, supply and demand, and then there's other issues. But the thing is, people were amazed that wow, a market could distribute things to the right people. Wow, don't mess with the market. That's a standard orthodoxy. We don't say that about hopes. We don't think hopes can be distributed and find their home with some other hopes. We don't think that thought. We can't think that thought because we don't even know how to talk about hope. I mean, it's that
different
bad.
for every person, isn't it? Hope.
Sorry?
It's different for every person, hope.
No. If you think of it like in Dante's thing, the way I come at it is because there is no hope, everyone is phobic about making a promise. Why should I make a promise when everyone's just going to run around? Like, no, I'm not going to make a promise. Oh, come on, can someone please volunteer? No. Until, like that kind of talk. Meekness is a good example here where you make a promise that by the very way you've formulated it and enacted becomes promising. A promising promise is nothing other than a concrete exemplar of hope. That's what hope is.
I don't know whether it's apropos, but in Confucian thought, there's a sort of a stream that goes through, and they talk about the idea of the great plan sort of thing. And he talks about there was a political structure they used that was based on the dukes of Lao or something. I forget. But Confucius said something along the lines of, if a man looks after his family and I'm not getting this right, but it carries over into the whole of society, and it's sort of self-replicating, and it sort of sounds like you're almost talking something. So I think Confucianism got a lot of its ideas from the West. The idea of hierarchical subsidiarity. I think that I suspect that. But
yeah, but the
anyway,
difference is, but the problem we've got here, and this is the other problem we've got, is, I mean, we've grown up in a certain garden called Western civilization. One of the things it's done really well, and it's propagated itself across the entire planet, is the notion of making history, that some epoch can be new, that there's a way to, like in Confucian, you don't have a notion of collectively breaking away from families and just setting up a monastery that's going to make history. You might go into a monastery under certain circumstances where you still have affiliations to family. But in our times, we have all kinds of ways in which we're making history. The problem we've got now is we're making history without us being understanding how we're thus making that history. We're kind of victims to our own adventurism. And so we've created the internet and then wrecked it with digital media and social media. Now we've got AI coming along, which again provides a great leap forward, but we're likely to wreck it so that it turns us into slobs that are just dependent on machines to give us guidance even to how to go to the toilet. I mean, we're stuck in this.
Is the solution Hegelian historicism, or is it something else?
No, it's the thing that Dante's working on here is it's the question of what is true, right? He's trying to capture what's true about someone in hell, and what's true about someone in heaven, what's true about me writing the said poem. It's a truth commitment, a rectitude towards the rightness of how things can be. And we don't have that in, even Hegel turns it into a mashy sort of dialectic of to and froing and to and fro. And sure, there is a historical narrative, but the thing is, you've got a push in it. So for in my case, for example, I am trying, I mean, I may fail miserably, but this is my little promise to myself, to re-render elements of the Divine Comedy with modern content, but with the same poetic impact, which surely then, in theory, you'd think would be even better than trying to read it as if we're imitating medieval times. And if that's the case, then that would address some problems that we have. So poeticizing is not simply literary, it's a loosening of the heart to allow more options to be lived in at least concept, to then think, okay, let's try it.
I like your concept of the music of angels, like the harmony of angels. I like that concept. I mean, in machines, often when you hear weird sounds in machines and they're not sounding harmonic, this is a sign of a problem in the machine, and perhaps this is a really powerful way of thinking of making things work better in civilizations and societies. The other thing is, I think you're right when you talk about a loss of meaning and purpose in the modern world.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, what's the irony of that is that's like ignoring the fact that we still have meaning in the sense we wake up, we go to the toilet, we eat, we laugh at a joke, we do a lot of things that presuppose cultural engagement, all of which presuppose then that we're actually alive. We just don't know how to live a life to the intensity that's feasible to open up wider horizons for institutional change or cultural innovation or personal insight and so on. That we've got it there. We haven't lost anything. We haven't become decrepit in some biological sense. We're just inept with the full power of the culture and the traditions we've got. And Dante was hitting the same problem. He had Islamic, Jewish, Christian, sort of pseudo-secular hustlers, moneymakers, I mean, all sorts of people. He moved in the society quite widely, and he wrote a lot of poetry as well, so about all sorts of things anyway. So he's really grounded in all that stuff, and he's thinking, what the hell's going on here? We've got assassinations and kidnaps and forgeries and church monetizing all sorts of things and silly politics, bishops being corrupt, politicians, I mean, families being corrupt. I mean, he had the full gamut of it, and he stood up and sort of said, I'm not going to, he tried to write a critique saying, well, here's the way forward, chaps. And they said, yep, so? So he said, right, I'm going to write it so the people can hear it, because they're at the bottom of the pile and they have hearts too. So once
They've
they
lost
start
agency, don't you think, the people?
Sorry?
You think the people have lost agency? I think you alluded to that before.
No, they've lost their access to their own agency. That's the problem. It's not that they still, but the question is, how do you articulate it now? Because it used to be you might vote in a group and that gets you somewhere, or write a letter to the editor, or go on a demonstration. I mean, these are fading. It's like in Dante's time, like money's coming along, trade is coming along. We've got strange people from other lands coming along. Craft is going thousands of miles away. Little handshakes and family commitments and exchanging of brides to form an alliance isn't going to cut it anymore. So this is before universities came along. And it's a long time ago. So he.
I'm often reminded of Machiavelli, how he compared European culture to Asian culture. He talked about Turkey, and he talked about the rotating officials model of Turkey versus the hierarchical subsidiarity models of Europe, where you had lords that were attached to the land, and even the kings couldn't take that land away from them. So it's sort of a more hierarchical approach. And it seems that Machiavelli liked the Asian model because it was more dictatorial, because it was more authoritarian. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but the problem is that Machiavelli was thinking about refreshing the elite. If they stay there all the time, they get stolid, self-serving, disconnected, and just rapacious, right? So he said, well, you need fresh blood coming in. So unfortunately, that's turned into democracy, where you have parties competing to get in, get out, and so on, right? Dante comes before, what, 200 years before Machiavelli. He comes along and thinks, what we need here is a gyroscope versus an arena. Like, the arena is the politics. That's where you have political battles and arguments and push this and that way. But what keeps people straight in that argument? If they get so completely involved in it, they're going to become prideful, they're going to become or slothful, or they're going to become, you know, all the vices are going to creep in there, not to mention also avarice and gluttony. These are the things that will drag down the people. So you need another institution that jollies people back up in the other direction. That's what he thought the church could be.
Sure.
And
Do
he
you
thought-
think
and he thought
that's a sort of Aristotelian approach rather than a John Stuart Mill approach?
No, because
would be,
no, it's neither. This is where he's inventive, because he's saying he actually wrote the notion that there are two ends to man. One is the secular mode, which is like the politics of having a good life in the Aristotelian sense of it. And the other side of it is to be pleasing to God, which is the issue of, are we going to make history as well? Like, are we saying that we're fine here, we've got all things, got participation, authenticity, blah, 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 and it'll be the same tomorrow and the day after, and 1,000 years from now it'll still be the same? No, because there's all sorts of things going wrong anyway, always. So people have to keep.
Because with Aristotle, he talks about virtue-based freedom, yes, rather than negative freedom, sort of, which was what John Stuart Mill.
But the positive side of that virtue, the problem there is the positivity of the virtue that Aristotle took for granted was already waning in Dante's time. It was machinations. That's why Machiavelli made it explicit. Forget seeking the good, just seek the power, then do some good. Like, Machiavelli is really the modern voice. Dante's saying, you've got to be joking. You don't want to be doing that. You want the good to pervade everything. And the way you do that is to have an institution on earth that looks for the best in people and pulls it out of them, which is the church. Now, I know it's not the church as it was, and he was pissed off with the church because that's a travesty of what it's not doing that now, back then even. So he's sort of looking for something else, but he had a concept of another kind of aspect of our humanity, which is more than just the Aristotelian view of virtue politics, because the color and the depth of that virtue comes from an external source, which is church, which he thinks comes from an external source, meaning Christian tradition, as in the Jesus model, which comes in sideways from Hellenic thinking. It's completely sideways. I mean,
it reminds me of Friedrich Nietzsche and his slave versus knightly codes as well.
Yeah, but now, I mean, for Dante's Divine Comedy, hell is the enslavement. Hell is what is enslaving. Purgatory is de-enslaving. It's saying you don't, not a slave. I mean, you might have been a slave for a long time. You lost your sense of self. We're going to bring it back. Here's the pathway. Here are all the symbols, the narratives, the examples, the discipline, the timing, such that you're now going to become a free agent, go off and make some history. Whereupon
in Nietzsche's knightly code, they didn't really see them as slaves in a sense. They just saw people that weren't knights, that weren't motivated enough to become knights.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Nietzsche calls it, but Dante would see that as sloth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem of the vice of sloth. You've got your entitlements. I'm cool. What else do I have to do? I'll go hunting. Fine. Like that's sloth. And Dante has a whole heap of people in hell who talk exactly like that, and they're kind of thinking, why is this happening to me? I was doing all the right things. I went to church. You're thinking, you're missing the point. It's like, and the reader, he's setting it up for the reader, saying, my God, don't they sound really horrible now? Like, hell's there to remind you of just how ugly it is to be caught up by a vice when you start speaking. Yeah. So it's not just good; it's also the beauty of it, the harmony of the sound of where you're standing. Like,
but isn't a vice just the inversion of virtue?
It's the subversion. It's not the inversion. It's the subversion of virtue. Right. So if you're slothful, right, you're giving up. It's too hard, not today.
So, whereas Aristotle said what you should do, Dante is basically saying, what you shouldn't do. in a sense, it's the same thing, is it not? Or...
Yeah, but Dante's giving examples of actual characters that you can identify with. He's not writing a treatise here. He tried that. He tried to imitate Aristotle in the Convivio, where he actually tried to write that exactly like that. But then he realized, who's reading this stuff? How's it going to work? What, I'm supposed to give lectures? Now today we have touring lecturers that, you go
Aristotle was quite abstract, even though he criticized abstraction in Plato, didn't he?
Yeah, sure. But the point is here, what do you do with keeping people on the path? Like he talks about, he went off the path himself. I myself lost the path. Everyone else keeps losing it too. Here's my take on it, and that's what he does. So the issue there is the virtues that are there are they are productive things. They make other things come into being because you're giving time and effort to other sorts of agency. You're not just thinking about yourself. I mean, if you're dealing with envy, you're being burnt by the fact that you think, why's that guy got the promotion? I've done so much more work. You burn up energy on the envy. The envy is the thing that's slowing you down your ability to do anything productive with your talent because you're busy thinking other people haven't noticed it. Well, do some more things with it, right? So that's where envy's there, and over here you have mercy, where you think, okay, they're not noticing me, but I'm noticing someone else that needs some help. I'll help them instead. It's a different logic, and you might think, well, wait a minute, that doesn't give you a pay rise. I don't give a shit about a pay rise. I want the integrity of what I do as doing what I like to do for whatever purpose. Now, we might say, well, yeah, but you need money for rent. So we get realistic about this, and that realism is fair enough, but we let it slide all the way into the soul. So people then say, yeah, and if I just gamble enough, I'm going to win. Boom.
So what's one thing that I could do to become a better human in this paradigm?
One thing you could do.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of doing something, I mean, it's not. This is not a self-help logic here I'm giving here, because it's a societal thing as well. So what I'm arguing is that Dante was in the mire like we are in the mire, and he took a bizarre move because he's an intellectual. He wrote the right things. He was au fait with all the people. People would write to him. And because of that, he was, just by the way, that's where the Henry Kissinger link comes in. He would mediate conflicts, write treaties, work out interfamily disputes. I mean, he's a very good diplomat because he understood where's the middle way amidst all this stuff. So that's what he was doing. But the trick here is he's got the ability to think how to expand the agency of everybody. So he thought, I'm not doing it with my discourses, Convivio and co, or my linguistic analyses. I'm going to make life visible to people. Here's what it looks like to be like that. And people then think, yeah, I get you. Now I understand because that guy was frightening me. Now I think he's really funny. I mean, it's a very liberating thing to see the signature tune of a vice. Even if you're just 6 years old, you start finding it funny.
Thanks for answering my questions, Richard. I've probably dominated the time enough, so I'll give somebody else a chance. I might come back and ask some more questions a bit later. I've got a million questions, of course.
But, go ahead. I mean, no one else has got their hand up, Rick.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I mean, one that comes to mind is Patrick Deneen, and he talks about Alexis de Tocqueville, and he talks about what does he talk about? He talks about democratic despotism, so how that plays out. And also, when you said before about giving everybody more agency, that sounds like the democratization of agency. And the third thing I was thinking does that mean that it's better to have localism than universalism, perhaps?
The trick there, Dante is dealing neither with those two. What he's dealing with is the generic. It's not universal, like it applies to everybody, or I don't know what's going on outside there, but maybe we can do this thing here. You say what we've done here works so well, it'll propagate because it's generic. It can apply elsewhere. So it's a contagion model of the good, not a top-down, let's incentivize good behavior. It doesn't, that's a secular thinking. He's thinking, how come those guys are having so much fun? How come they're getting so much done? We try this. Oh, we'll try it too. So it's a contagion model, which also is interesting today because in social media, there's all the contagion vectors for this sort of stuff are quite slippery and fast if you knew how to get into them. But we're not good at what I just said. It sounds like simple, but to actually get that piece of agency that people think, wow, how are you doing that? Does happen sometimes, but nowhere near to the scale it's needed for what we've got in front of us.
Do you think that some more rather than the top-down approach? Do you think a bottom-up approach would work? I mean, I think is what you're saying.
It's more sideways, which then produces vapor going up if there's an up there, because some of these things we think there's hierarchy there, but it's not a hierarchy. It's just a network.
Mm.
So, and Dante's very, very, he doesn't, I mean, he's got quite a lot of mathematical sophistication, but he doesn't refer to what's known as the power set. So if you've got 3 elements, how many permutations can you have that, supposing there's three people that can do something, who can best do it? None or three pairs? How many combinations are there? It's 2 to the n, right?
Yeah.
So it's 8 permutations where no one does anything, everyone does something, and then and the pairs and the triplets and so on. If you've got 4, it's 2 to the 4. If you've got 100 2 to the 100, you've got a huge number of permutations. This is ecological. Like, okay, try them. Some of them will work. Some of them will work. And as they narrate the story of their accomplishment, which is what Dante is saying you do, not just rest on your laurels or make a profit and piss off. You narrate the accomplishment, and then I think, oh, that's how it works. I'll try that combination rather than trying all the permutations we've seen. That's the genericity of agency in Dante's world. So it's a funny, we don't think like that today. We either think individual or intermediate entities or the society or global order. We get a notion of that with synergistic and going viral moments on internet, but that's a very trivial, just attention vector. But to actually do stuff that people think.
So you basically take a widget and then you replicate it throughout civilization or even beyond into other civilizations even.
Yeah, but it's not a technical thing. For example, if you let's take buildings, for example. What do you do, 2 buildings, 2 apartment blocks. This is a sort of real example, and not quite a real example, but I'm sort of working on some. 2 buildings, 10, 20 people in each of them, right? One building's loud, one of them's not so loud. So people complain about the noise, right? And that's about it. Like there's just it's a steady state piece of aggro. So someone starts to mediate things and say, well, wait a minute, we both could do with solar panels and batteries. And now in our apartment block, I've had solar panels installed for the building into individual units. But the thing is, then you think of battery. Now, if you've got a battery, then there's battery next door, maybe. So now do we share the batteries? Do we exchange excess electricity between buildings? If you start having transactions of that sort, you've got a different form of solidarity. You've got a different way of thinking about who we are. We're not just us in the building, that loud one next door. We're saying, look, if you can keep that noise down, we'll happily exchange some electricity that you need. Think, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, there's some texture to the interactions that allow new things to emerge, but we don't think that. We think analytically, as in, oh, how can people propagate things like, oh, they should advertise, or this it's all sort of bland to-do lists of how to become successful. It's not nuanced enough about the actual obstacles needed. And Dante's poetry captures the intricacies of the obstacles in paradise because they're overcome. And in hell, it shows how people grabbed onto the obstacle and made it a relationship. So they stay obstacled. You know, that's what hell is. It's not, I mean, it's still theological at a certain level, but it's far more practical. And we see this happening. People get carried away with something. Then why are you spending so much time on that crazy thing over there?
When you were talking about Aristotle before being very abstract compared to Dante, it reminds me of in religion, I often say that God, in a sense, is the human face of the universe, like Jesus is the human face of the universe, in a sense. And in the same way that the Queen was the human face of Britain and the British Commonwealth, in a sense. And so it reduces the abstraction and becomes more human and personal, in a sense.
Yeah, but the problem is you're creating a metaphor of something. I mean, it's good to get away, but the problem here is you don't want, God is not the face of, God is not even an entity. It's not a mirror. It's a verb. It is a line of action that delivers a future, like a future that we call our future. We did this. We did this. Now, this is why in Judaism, they're much more attuned to this logic because they've got a notion of a covenantal link to God, like he's made a promise to us and we've got to live by that, you know, we're going to get there. So they're more disciplined in narrating it as history. I mean, they can go wayward as has happened, but they've got that underlying code in their culture that now Christianity's borrowed that code and rejigged it into a different, you know, to a Hellenic setting. But it's the same issue of not God. There's a theologian called Pannenberg that does this really well. God is not out there like waiting. God is out there like a hook that is flung out towards us and then drags us up that way. And we've got to move with that lift that we get. Now, you think, well, wait a minute, that's just metaphorical too. Well, it is at one level, but it's, if you think of an invention or a promise or a coalition or a configuration that's got some merit for some reason or another, that's the beginning of a future. And rather than thinking of just the thing we've built, you think, what else can we do with it? What else can happen? That what else thing, that sort of like, let's just, oh, we've done this, now we can settle on our laurels. Oh, that's cool. End of story. That's not history making. You do it once, you think, what else could be? Where else could it go? Now, capitalism carries some of that in it, like the inventiveness vis-a-vis a market has some of this logic in it, which is why some political economists thought the market was like the hand of God, really, because it's connecting people to vastly unknown other people who think, oh, I could do with that. I'll pay some money. Yeah, I'll have some coffee. Who knew? You know, like that makes sense at one level, but it's hopelessly.
But John Nash disagreed with Adam Smith. John Nash agreed. Just as a amusing sidebar, John Nash disagreed with Adam Smith. So Adam Smith said the hand of the market, the invisible hand of the market, whereas
sure,
John
Nash,
he missed a bit.
That's right. There are conditions to the market that keep it in equilibrium, and if you go off that, it's no longer the market we thought it was, which is fair enough. But then the problem with that is then the public service, the administrative apparatus comes into play and say, yeah, the market's a bit off beam, so we'll protect us all from the vagaries of the market and the indeterminate things with various policies. The problem with that is, of course, now the corporations and the money flows are sufficiently large and the political stakes are sufficiently generalized that it's not entirely clear that the politics is as clean as it was supposed to have been in protecting us from the ravages of the market. So now that's got a problem too. It has had problems, and Dante wrote about them even then. So you can't rely on that one. So then what do you rely on? This is where Dante comes in and says, well, you need a separate organization that focuses entirely on what can be brought out that's the best of a person, a family, a locality, a business, a craft, or whatever. The space of, or the vector of excellence is what he thought the church would offer. Now that's faded in for all sorts of reasons. That's gone they're still there, and it does some great things in various places. But as a discourse, that doesn't make much sense to secular people. But what does make sense is that the progression of AI into all these areas is going to lift the game. The question is, where does it lead to on a ladder of excellence? That's the problem. And no one can verbalize that very well because they're so locked into the usual dichotomies of individual government players and so on, which end up creating people get paranoid about AI, like they got paranoid about alphabets and printing and mass media. We've had these episodes of paranoia before because they disrupt the culture of the form of cultural transmission. But if you think of AI, large language models are like a distillation of the core entities of the culture, such that it can spew it out. Like, you get a distillated version of alcohol, pure alcohol. So one little drop gives you an alcoholic drink just like that. And I think of AI as pulling everything together. Now, we're using it for reasons that are misplaced. Leave us that aside. But the thing is, that's a distillation of culture packed into a chip at your disposal. The interesting thing is culture is not for you, it's for us. So if you have AI working for us and we drive it as us, now you're into an angelic mode of engagement. That's a different way of thinking about it. And Dante is the closest I've seen to someone that thinks like that. Modern thinkers just keep thinking, well, we'll have regulations, the government will come to the rescue, people will have their own little separate AI to check that the other AI is honest or something like that. These are, they've got a role to play, but that's not cracking the problem.
Yeah. The way I look at AI is it's just an advanced form of Google search. But I find it's interesting in looking at some of the ideas of Joseph Stiglitz. So Stiglitz got the Nobel Prize for economics in, I think it was 2015, for some research into the efficient market hypothesis, where he said that even the weak form and the strong form of the efficient market hypothesis is wrong. So the idea is that in the efficient market hypothesis is that everybody,
I know what it is.
You know what it is, but I just thought I'd explain it for everybody. Did you want to? So I was just thinking that, in a sense, AI is just a tool. It's not the panacea for everything. It's a useful tool, and I'm sure you appreciate that as well. But I was just thinking that
it's the wrong way to. It's not a. Think of it this way: when alphabets came along and Plato saw these people writing rather than reciting and memorizing stuff from father to son and all that kind of stuff, he was really worried that it's going to destroy the culture because it's like anyone can write anything, badly even. So writing was genuinely a challenge for him. So that led to him thinking, well, we've got to think about forms that sit above the mundane world, because writing alphabets are kind of undermining the form of transmission. It's no longer going through the culture, it's going through pieces of paper. That
yeah, you're
is
right.
normal,
You're right.
right?
Yeah.
So
it enables us to transcend certain
yeah,
things.
but just a minute. The thing is, then with the notion of printing, same happened again. People thought it's just a tool. It's not a tool because it meant that you could publish almanacs, so science could things. The whole notion of certainty as an institutional ambition, certainty, comes from the print culture because it could produce the table of logarithms, the timetables, all sorts of stuff that now stays fixed, maps and so on. So that's another big breakthrough. But initially, you had to think, oh, that's a different world. So we've got to think about that differently. And people eventually did. And now more recently, data's the same. People don't get data. They just think it's like a slurry or something. It's not. And think, oh, I'll give it to AI and it'll gobble it up somehow. Well, it does, but there's a lot more we can be doing with data that understands that it's missing the verb. It's just a set of objects that are described by attributes, which are adjectives. So you've got the noun, you've got the adjective, you don't have the verb. And that's so people fill the gap with their own narratives and so on. AI thinks, oh, I'll just follow what everyone said before. But there are ways of thinking that through. And if you think about long-term outcomes, and AI is opening that horizon, we're getting in towards almost theological territory.
Even physics denies the verb in a sense. You know, they look at things as a series of states rather
Yeah,
than.
but they have processes. I mean, there's transformational processes. You have chemical reactions. That's the verb.
Yeah.
That reaction is the verb. It's not. You have two things, and then the verb is the fusion. You know, the exchange of the electrons, etc., is the verb. It's doing the activity. It's not. It's sitting there like a nitrogen atom is sitting there, ha ha ha, as nitrogen and bumps into something else. Hey, we can boogie. But the verb is happening at the combination, and ditto with lots of processes. But that's not that relevant. I mean, the problem here is we're becoming linguistically lazy because, particularly with internet, we're writing stuff that's not very reflective. So we just think noun, adjective. You know, Trump, great guy. Trump, idiot. You know, like we don't even think about the verb, let alone a whole narrative. So to get into poetry, we're a long way from that. To get into Dante, to have the wit to sort of think, maybe we should poeticize all these things to get a full sense of what could be enchanting about them. That's a whole different ballgame. And who's there?
We're looking at verb trajectories, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm arguing that's what the verb to divine means. You know, it's not divinity as an entity, it's to divine, meaning to find a path out of this mess or to find the treasure in some spot. There's people get divining. Like, can we get to the bottom of this? Now, if you generalize it, that's a much wider lens to look at things for, because with the scale of the problems before us and the potential of some of the technologies that are coming and the inability for us to fully mobilize the legacy of our own heritage to become even more imaginative than we are, we've got some serious challenges here. But the elements of potential solutions are sitting here. We're not in uncharted territory.
I mean, in some sense, this sort of implies that there is a non-subjective. I mean, existentialism is all about the world being a subjective place. You know, Nietzsche is presented as being a subjectivist, sort of like an existentialist. But sometimes the way that existentialism is, it's instantiated in different ways depending on who you talk to. But but the implication is there is some right way of living. I guess Dante presents his argument in a very good way that if you do silly things, you're going to end up in hell, whether it's hell on earth or hell in some sort of
no, but the thing is, but listen to the way he's saying that. It's not as if you do silly things, you end up in hell, even if it's in afterlife or now. The issue is doing the silliness of the things is the hell. It's not that it's a consequence, it is the thing. That's when we say you're doing silly things, we're actually saying you're in hell. You're less than as useful than you could be. You are eroding your own agency. Now, they can be funny, that's fun, different. But, you know, when we say things like that, it's not, or if you gamble and someone says, wait, what are you doing there? Oh, I'm looking for the winner. I can see it coming. You're losing it, man. You're in hell. You're in hell. That's it. And the next question is there any space in that person that would open to an act of mercy that thinks, yeah, I've got to get out of this mess. This is the bitch. This is just terrible. Now we're in purgatory. Same people, same habit, same thing. It's just now we're in purgatory. And if after 6 months the gambler has cracked the habit and actually then makes a small donation to producing a poster for schools about gambling, that's the beginning of heaven. And that's it. It's not they're not other places. They're the mode of living now. That's the thing. And the question we've got is we don't have the language of how to do that, except in the scientific view of therapeutic interventions or policy interventions through administrators and that kind of talk. But they cost money, and they also involve various other vanities and deceits and complications that doesn't necessarily lead to a good outcome either. So back to here, it's just between you and me sort of problem, isn't it? It's not mediated by state, church, or anything. But
Yeah, Jordan Peterson
it
says
can't be that if we don't even know what hell and heaven looks like. Feels like. And Dante actually delivers all the different colorings, smells, qualms, the whole, oh my God, that's hell. Like, my God, it's everywhere. Like you get a nose for it. And so you think, oh God, whoa, 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 whoa. And that's going to change your comportment to other people. You think, well, you tell it as it is, or you help or think, and then you go the other way. You think, wow, like here's this individual with minimal agency, but yet look at the little act they did here. And so you turn up and frame it for them. You say, who would have thought to do that? That's fantastic. Or, that's good. And they think then they get it tagged. They think, oh, there's a little glimmer of heroism in me. I know that's exaggerating, but I'm just trying to turn the language around so that we don't think about cause and effect, and just that there are causes and effects, but there's also language and the ability of the human to be transformed by how they speak of that which they witness.
Sure.
That's just, but that sounds like glib, but the hard part is poetry and music and cultural forms like that, but particularly poetry.
Language defines your reality, so there's no question that it's influential. No question. What you're saying is true.
Yeah, but I think the word there is not influential, it's pivotal. You've got to pivot. It's a pivot issue. Every single conversation you have, like I'm having here now, is pivotal or not, right? Because if you're going around in a certain circle about existentialism and impinging forces and responding to them, how's that supposed to engender any other collaboration or energy or zest to attack something that's worthy if we're dealing with constraints? That's what the language of hell is, and it can pass for normal scientific discussion. It's not a put down. I'm not saying, oh, you're in hell, you're less of me. On the contrary, there by those very steps go I. It's a passing phase. It's a question of vigilance about which way you talk and which way you're orienting. Because now, if you haven't read the stuff and I've got a bit more sensitivity, I guess, for it because I've been struggling with it. So I'm thinking, oh my God, like there's a lot of nuances here that I didn't hear before. I'd be listening to the argument, for example, or watching the behavior, or doing those normal things we do as adults, but it turns out not to be enough. You've got to actually find an emotional signature to it.
Summarizing what you've been saying is think more verbs, less nouns.
Absolutely, yes.
Shall we give Joe a go? He's got his hand up. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I very much appreciate this meetup. Actually, something that you said is this idea that how Dante is teaching us about life and how we live, and it's giving us a depiction of what hell is actually. And I remember actually my growing up, my mother went to school very late. She went back, and she was reading Dante, and they covered Dante very closely. And she was actually taken back by how none of the other students were scared of hell at all, and how they were actually just taking it as like, okay, this is just something that happens, but it didn't even bother them in any which way at all. And so it was really experience.
Yeah. The good insight about what you just said, though, is to say, what would it look like now such that it would really frighten them? And if you think about that and start thinking about social media and so on, think about describing settings where they're cornered, or they're constantly under review, or there's all sorts of things that kids today would be thinking that would be just terrible.
Right.
Right? Okay.
It's a different perspective of hell.
Yeah, but I mean, the point is, it's the concept that, I mean, the problem is this thing is, I mean, it's modern language now, but it's using examples that go to a time past that people can just laugh about now because they think, well, you know, kids think, well, it's just like a cartoon or something, either, you know, heads missing and, you know, legs chopped off or burning in
Yes.
hot oil and so, oh, well, I've seen all that before at the movies. You know, what's your problem? And it can't possibly happen to me because that stuff just doesn't happen after you die because your body rots. That's what a 17-year-old is going to say, understandably and rightly, I suppose. The problem is, what's the idiom to describe their behavior, not therapeutically or judgmentally or a thing, just to give them the sense of what it must look like and feel like to be on the receiving end of it.
Right.
And that most young people think, well, I just act natural and people like me being natural and spontaneous, and there's the usual set of words. And then you say, but you've gone round in this circle several times about
Right.
why is it that you can't ever say thank you to your mother? Why is that? Right? Not that, oh, you know, this is an ethical thing. You should be saying thank you to your mother. It's not that. It's just sort of saying, imagine for a moment that people, every time you do something, they just ignore it and never say thank you. Imagine a world, and you describe a thing of Joe going through a supermarket and no one says thank you, and he can hear the thank yous everywhere else except to himself.
Yeah.
Would he?
Yeah.
Would that? I'm thinking on my, you know, I'm just going on the fly here, but I'm
Oh,
just
no,
saying,
I mean, I think it's a great
it's
example.
that kind of, you know, that's the challenge before us. How's that look like? You know, not just the interpretation play I'm working on, but the issue of what you're raised is, well, it doesn't work anymore. That those and notice you're talking about the scenes there, like people thought that, like that scene in hell. That, you know, it's people don't remember much of what was said by the person in the said scene because the scenes are so gripping. Because Dante was so good at describing absolute crazy tortures and misadventures and vanities, and he's really good at it. And so people have been mesmerized by that for hundreds of years, forgetting the point he was trying. He's a linguist, for God's sake. He wasn't a painter. He's trying to kind of say, here's the code. Here's the code, not of behavior, the code of expression. And does it show, where are the little clangy sounds of hell and where are the little aspiring songs of heaven in the discourse you're just having there and then, that kind of thing. So when we say someone like goes on a riff, you know, in music, like a jam session or in a talk, that's usually heavenly because there's sort of a flow to it because it's just giving. It's not reprimanding. It's not judgmental. It's a something. There's someone there before you saying something and think, oh, I didn't ask for that, but that's nice. Thank you. You know, like it's, so you could construct things in modern idioms, be it inside supermarkets, petrol stations, the boudoir, you know, schools and whatever. And that's an interesting thing to do.
I think it is interesting, and I think there's this other aspect that you talked about that was really interesting, is that the idea of being stuck. I mean, and that how in each form, like that you're going through, Dante, in hell they're stuck.
Yeah.
But in purgatory they're climbing and it's getting easier.
Yeah.
And so that you can kind of see the movement itself, where hell is actually being stuck into attached to the object or itself, as you were a bit earlier.
And in Paradiso, they're floating, they're flying, and it's flying within the rhythms.
That's right.
There's not sound, but it's actually music. It's a theological music.
Yeah, and he's comes in and he's baptized first. He's renewed and everything. I mean, there's a whole process, and so it's to for me. I mean, I did like Dante. The thing is there's such intricacy of it, and everything is well thought out. I mean, even the punishments themselves, like, you know, even when they go through, whether it be the adulterers or you know, how each punishment is, you know, you know, essentially where the ice layer with people like Judas and things like that. It's you have the betrayers, and you have this whole, I mean, that's the thing that's so interesting, is how he's captured and actually created this hierarchy. And when I went through it, what I thought is that these are different levels of getting stuck. And obviously that that creates your own creates your hell. And then that should actually just kind of give you some feedback as to how to well, I mean, that particular time, how to live your life. And as you said, I think in the beginning you talked about it in the sense that it was written in Latin, correct?
Yeah.
And so that was more or less to generally get to the general public as a way of kind of communicating what this would actually be like. And in that case, he had been exiled from, he'd been exiled to Florence,
Yeah.
which really had a huge impact on him at that time. And that's where he kind of started to think about it in the sense.
Yeah, I mean, what's amazing about that, on what you just said there, is that he was mightily pissed off at being treated like that. Like, after all
Oh,
that,
yeah.
blah, 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 seriously thing. And so he says, "I'm going to take my revenge on you. Like, I'll put some of these people in the right places."
Exactly. Exactly.
So at another level, it's really like, stick this up your ass. Like, he's kind of
Exactly.
quite angry, but at the same time, he does it with such finesse and such clarity that he has had the last say. Like, that's it. The only and that's what's inspiring. I find inspiring about him, because no matter what the emotional thing of the author, and he went through some really terrible settings, he's just still lining it up in terms of, this will be my being, not will my soul go somewhere. Here it is. This is it. Like, that's it. Now, not that everyone is meant to write a book about themselves, but in this day and age, we are leaving traces of ourselves in all sorts of systems that do mark out the little stepping stones of our biography. And what we're not doing, as I said, because it's all locked up in different things, but you'd think with all these strands of all the emails and the shopping things and everything else, the travel, blah, could, with some assistance, turn into something that's biographically revealing and
Right.
worthy. And then you think, rather than a tombstone, you have a QR code with the whole story of the person. Like, it's a different notion of what it means to die. Is your stories released? It's a different thing. I mean, this is the sort of social imagination that Dante causes for me, because everything I touch now comes flying out in a slightly different way, particularly with internet and AI now creeping up. It's almost like it's going to join. The two things are going to join, and we're back to where he was, which is, you can lyrically narrate stories that are of a biography, an event, a mission, a mishap, a natural disaster, whatever they are. Now, we think, oh, there's journalism, that people write a few novels. Why isn't every single person? I mean, they've got a mobile phone. I mean, like, they've got a mobile phone. How many people on planet Earth have got a mobile phone, or share one of whatever? And if you look at it, it's just absurd. People are carrying hundreds, thousands of photos on their phone, and they say, "Oh, it's great, I can take photos." Do you ever look at them? And they scroll. Finally find one picture. Oh, that's the one I meant. See. And then they forget it again. Where's the texture of all the different events and the color of all that's been there? Now, when you get older, like I am, having just a scrollable list of pictures is not a good thing for your brain.
No.
What you want are linkages and networks and nuances and gateways, and the richness of all the ways in which the brain captures the sociability of everything that we live around. We've become disconnected from that, as in, like, our interactions with the world are mediated now by AI and IT. But it's the same thing could actually reassemble it back and say, at the end of each day, you can flip and connect, code, select, frame, say something, whatever you like. And that's part of what you are able to present of yourself. When someone says, what do you have to say about you? You say, here's the story. You show them the story. Here, I'll give you the address. Do you want the 1 hour version or the 50-minute or the throwaway line? But instead, we walk into interviews and start having a little chat about what we find like it's all mostly bullshit. I mean,
Right.
whereas on this logic, you'd be saying, like we all think, yeah, it's important to wear underwear.
Right.
That's decent, right? Good. We don't say we don't have to carry overwear, as in like the narrative shell that marks out who we are. We just figure that's there because we're a citizen, or we have a subjectivity, or Descartes said you exist because you think. Like it's kind of, yeah, it's going to crash under the weight of, on the one hand, well, if it's just like that, AI will take this over and make a lot of money on it for other people. Or the Dante view of the thing was going to come the other way and say, no, we can do this ourselves, for our future, etc., because it's a nice story, fun stories, lots of stories. Why is it sitting in media, for God's sake?
Right.
I
I think
mean,
that's one of the actually the things that you were that captured it even in, okay, hell in the present day, the idea of pictures themselves
yeah,
that you're mentioning, how that, if you're going through Dante, you would actually see it as a way of vanity, right? And you kind of could start to understand what that actually means. And there's that actual dialogue that kind of comes
yeah,
along with the text that you and what now is that our narrative is being created by other people essentially,
yeah,
which is
yeah.
essentially because then you don't have any kind of autonomy over that. You're not um it, basically we're being fed our lives. We have no choice. And you were talking about language there a moment ago and how the idea that we were just shapes our reality, and how it's not just cause and effect. And Dante's use of language is actually this beautiful use of poetry, and helps us have a whole new perspective on the world. But there's one question I had. You talked about an entity as divinity, and I didn't catch all of
Saying
that.
an entity is not, I mean, divinity is the wrong word because it's not an entity. It's divining. It's a verb.
Okay. All right.
That's
So
the thing. So that it's the Jewish notion of covenant becomes now a metaphysical notion of a source of activity that's the marker of our capacity to collectively witness that activity. It's a sort of like a feedback loop. Like the more, if it's just me, it's a nonsense. If it's 10 of us, it's something a bit bigger. If it's all of humanity, it's a massive thing. And Dante's thinking like that. He's thinking of a world system where we get to do what we want in the context of how best we can be, given our ability to understand how we've been lacerated or distorted or fudged by various vices. But it's a collective responsibility. It's not like, because he's generalized, it's not like just family socialized. He's thinking everyone socializes everybody, which they do sort of, because we're now in digital land. We're socialized by people likes, dislikes, banning us or whatever, writing comments. And you get a good little example of this. There's a little shift going on. There used to be because I was big with the web, when the web first came out, I was quite invested in it. And there was this whole thing about blogging, right? You'd write narratives and you could write things, and people followed blogs and there were blog rolls and things. But then there were comments at the bottom of blogs. You could put comments, and some people had them, some people didn't. And then digital media came along, Twitter and all that sort of stuff. People thought, I can just get 10 lines out or 10 words out in Twitter and that'll do. And of course, it hasn't done, because it's just generated an attention monster that's not feeding anything about the future. However, recently, people have started to revive blogging through WordPress, which is the platform, one of the platforms that does it. And they do this thing where they don't have comments, but if you write something and I want to say something, I don't comment on your website. I write a response on my website, and it automatically connects between the two. And then you see that I've written it, and you can write more on yours, and I can write more on mine. And ditto, by implication, with the 25 other people who are now witnessing it, you get propagation engagement, but control of what you say about things, right? So that's an interesting sociability vector around blogging that's not been there before.
No, that's true. I mean,
So then you think that's kind of reinforcing quality comments now. I mean, if you write something and I'm going to write something, I'm not going to just say, what an idiot. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. You know, I mean, on my own website, I'm not going to write that. On your comment, I might, but if I'm going to say, well, he started off with a thing, but then on the other hand, I think he went a bit astray here, blah, 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 blah. And I end up writing 2 paragraphs. You see the 2 paragraphs and you think, no, you got it all wrong. And so you write another 2 paragraphs. So now we've got two sets of paragraphs cross-linked in a solidarity of discourse of something we think matters, obviously, because we bothered to write the stuff. So there's a ladder of excellence because we're moving upwards from the original blog and rather than downwards into the comment section where people are, spitting on each other or whatever. So that's a tiny example, but it's the beginning of a counter movement towards a sort of enlivened sociability that's not just the internet. Because originally it felt like that in 2000 or 2001.
Yeah, sure. I mean, actually, very early on, I mean, it was just a race to the bottom at that point. But you're saying that in a way that this is kind of a full critique of somebody's thoughts.
Yeah.
And so as opposed to just taking this 10 characters, whatever it is, and just reacting to it. And that's one of the things that's, again, when you think of Dante, the one thing is as you said, the language that is used in it is helping us understand not to just react. I mean, that is the entire kind of, at least for hell, that you get. You're actually contemplating the actions that you're taking. And he's using this beautiful prose to do it, that's
a slight variation of what you just said there, which I think is really important, is to say not that we learn not to just react. What Dante does is says, yes, we do just react, but we've trained our muscle memory, our emotional muscles, as it were, to react with a certain finesse. So if you have someone in a jam session reacting, the guitarist reacts to the trumpet player, they do it within the context of a musical style that they all know and love. So they're reacting, but it's mediated by the commonality of the cultural materials they're using. So he's saying, like, we're in the culture already, even when we're just talking to someone in the street, but we may have once upon a time had a sense of the finesse of how we say something to someone else and the graciousness of the acknowledgements and so on. But then various dynamics have got in the way of that, notably individualisms, which has eroded that. So we want to say, I'm just me. But we're getting to a point now where there is an argument, not maybe on the fly, but you certainly have a sense of, I do this now. If I have a conversation with someone and I know their email, I'll, like 2 days later, I'll write a little thing about, and now I see what you're saying, blah, 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 blah. I might not hear from it, doesn't matter. It makes me feel aware more of what was it about that was intriguing or provocative or whatever it was. I got it out of my system, but I got it also out into the world. And so net contribution to culture, like and we don't, the systems don't, the search engines and the things don't favor that sort of contribution, but it's not inconceivable you can have a logic that does. That's not technically that odd, because the structure of the sentences, the form of the language, the how it fits with all the other things ever said, like AI can come to the rescue of that and say, could even respond to you. Richard, that's a really nice summary of what you said. I'm chuffed. Like the AI agent says that to me. I press send and I publish it onto my thing, It's sort of, that's AI working for me.
Right. As opposed, that's the augmentation aspect of things, and where you're actually, this is an interesting thing, as opposed to being used by the tool itself. And or as you're using the tool, and actually, and I thought about this in terms of how workflows are even actually automated, because they're automated in a way that doesn't necessarily take advantage of the worker workers, doesn't augment your workers that are actually really talented. To be quite honest, you're not going to get quite as much out of it if you're just to kind of expedite whatever it is that they were doing. Then you might have some brief economic advantage, but not necessarily long term. And one of the things that I was when we're the one thing about Aristotle and you were talking about is this idea of change in general, and how Aristotle was essentially obsessed with change. And that's what he kind of started to try to develop as a framework to how to understand all of reality. And so and then we talk about this idea of nuance in language. When you're engaging with language like Dante was, the entity has more autonomy because they're actually thinking and considering as to, and they're considering higher level concepts. Whereas, that if the technology is using you, then maybe that, well, you're being used essentially at that point, especially if you're talking about just things like social media. But even then, even worse is that whatever an AI or the information that's going to be fed to you will, essentially determine how you're going to behave. Which is interesting because the idea we're not just cause and effect that you're talking about, or a little bit earlier, becomes, we do become just cause and effect. I mean, in a sense, if the information.
And when we're into cause and effect like that, the because of motive reigns supreme, and therefore we're in hell.
Right, exactly.
That's the problem, right? So the question becomes how to flip it around the other way. And this is the question of how do you, given that we haven't been as fully socialized to the nuances of our own cultures now, and particularly younger generations, they don't even have the vocabulary to describe the feelings they're having because they only know about anger or this or that, not all these other words that are nuances of apprehension or qualm, or there's all kinds of other words that might just catch what you're really wanting to say. And you can argue, well, the education system's kind of let us down on that front. But on the other hand, you can give people emotional connection with something like poetry, like that Dante's playing with, where they think, oh, there I can really feel how much more I'm breathing, even how much more my voice is reverberating, not just out into the room, but somehow back into my own heart, and I feel more alive. I'm going to remember this room because of my voice, So if you do that, then this is where the issue of having the etiquette of wrapping it up. So it used to be people would go to bed and maybe say that, people say, oh, if you said your prayers, oh, yes, Mum, or no, oh, I forgot, like our Father art in heaven, now is the question of, have you put your episode of living today to bed before you go to bed? Now, we don't have that etiquette, but you can see where this is going is like, who wants to do that? And then if supposing you have been doing that for 6 months and I have too, and we happen to meet for the first time in a bar, do you not think we might give off the impression that we've got some more depth of being because we've reflected on even the mundanities of Tuesday afternoon? Whereas the other person who's never done that, it's just like, oh, look what's on TV. So there's an interesting crossroads here about shifting, because we keep thinking, oh, education has to fix that. Forget it. We can fix it ourselves if we give space to certain cultural injections like this poetry. This is a good example of poetry infusion, but there's other sorts of infusions where we do learn to discover, oh, that's what that day was like for me. Whereas we forget.
It's basically understanding our experience. So we have an understanding that's deeper in our experience so far as that we can actually describe what's going on inside us, which enables us to then communicate in a much more meaningful way.
I mean, a good example of that, just by the way, because I taught, like, I don't know, 2,500 students altogether. And I wrote hundreds of references, okay? And I made a point in that context, because of the way I was teaching, to really understand what the strengths and weaknesses of the said student was. So I'd write a reference, and I'd have this really concrete style of exemplifying what this kid can do for you. Like it's like an example. So of course, he goes to the interview and they say, what's this thing about you doing a little newsletter, blah, blah, blah. And she says, oh, yes, I remember that. And they liven up, and they're talking with a sense of authority about their work, which is way more compelling to an interviewee, for an interviewee to an interviewer, that they're now talking like that. Oh, this guy's relaxed. He's done this, he knows what he's done. And then joke, then happily joke about, oh yeah, but it was a bit rough at the end. I got a bit scatty, and you think, oh, he's capable of self-criticism on the fly. Just from one reference letter inside one person's hand given to the thing has a completely different edge. And that's a really good example of what Dante calls mercy. Being merciful is to write a reference letter that comes down from the bottom and says, well, yeah, it's like, here are some examples. When most people say, oh, it's, the usual characteristics, the bland, patient, blah, and has done a few reports and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I've seen it all. So you get, that's all just rubbish in a sense. And I saw a cartoon the other day of AI where the woman's sitting at 11 o'clock at night or something saying, I'm just too tired to summarize this report. So AI, could you interpret my 10 dot points into a 3-page paper? So AI goes off and produces the 3-page page. She sends it to a boss. Here's the thing. And boss, he looks at it. I'm too tired to read this 3-page page. Says the AI, could you reduce it to 10 dot points?
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's sort of like a double negation.
Well, and that was the point I was making, where the idea of how workflows could actually end up, not augmenting. It's just, in a sense, it's going to narrow everyone, and you're getting more done with those 10 points, right? So that becomes more efficient, but that doesn't necessarily represent the quality that you would be getting. And that's why sometimes when you're thinking about how to automate a workflow, it's something where you're looking at augmentation of the individual, not necessarily just how to get more done. And I think that's the balance that actually that a lot of economists have actually have said that it when it comes to automation, it just seems like it is that everybody is just trying to automate tasks.
Yeah, and a good example of that, what you just said, which used to be in manufacturing, was the same logic. With Taylorism and so on, you had the production line, and you break it all down, and everyone's doing a tiny little something, like just the windscreen wiper goes in here for one, and the other guy's doing the other one, and on it goes. Then you get Ferrari, who at one point think, no, we want all our specialists to be around the car all together to make the car. So all 30 of them are around the car. Now, in AI world, they're still thinking Fordism, but they actually, with AI, of all things, especially, is to say, you've come in the door, we've got 15 people around you right now.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it seems crazy now, because in social life.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, I mean, there just is the creativity aspect of things, like, and it is the assembly line versus this, everybody working harmoniously together, which is actually,
it's the same as with it's like jamming with music.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
very good music comes by people just hanging out together without even the score, and you get. And I've taught people and people are predisposed either way. Like, some people are really at ease with, like, let's just ham it together. And, even military doctrine has things of like small little teams that can just be inventive together. So it's around, but with AI, it's sort of more pervasive. Like, it could be anything, like it's the whole lot could be like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the idea that even this whole idea of work from home, everybody's isolated and doing their own thing. You're talking about how music and people are together and they're actually communicating with one another.
Yeah.
And you think about it in those terms, and those are two different worlds. And actually, it's interesting, the world of interactions, that you're kind of engaging with people, as opposed to the assembly line where you're just stuck. And that gets back to what we were talking about with Dante, in the sense that literally, if you're with an organization that's just siloed, then you're stuck. You're doing your one thing, and it's effective. You're keeping your costs down by essentially not necessarily renting a space or things along those lines. But let's just say people came into the office, as you said, and some of the greatest music happens when people are just together. But this creative process that can have different movements, whereas the other model can't, and that's the whole again, quality versus quantity at that point. And then so this whole question about AI is about quality to some degree. And
should be. It ought to be, and it can be, but it's got its problems because of the way it's deployed. It's seen as a
right.
staff saver. So
It's
yeah.
very fragmented right now.
Yeah.
And that is a problem. And it is being deployed completely in a way that's actually just creating faster silos.
Yeah.
And I mean, essentially, and the problem is if you're an organization that's not set up properly, and this comes back to the technology versus and the individual, or the technology and the organization. The individual that looks to technology, or the organization that looks to technology as a solution, is not going to work, because it's just going to make some things that go faster. Whereas the organization that looks at how the technology is going to actually fit into what they do and use it is going to be, and so even this happened with just enterprise systems in general. When enterprise systems came out, people were like, oh, we'll just get an enterprise system, it'll take care of everything we do. And all of a sudden now the enterprise system's dictating the workflows, because you're managing yourself to the system as opposed to managing yourself to what you actually do. So then the system's actually managing you and the technology is managing you, and you're stuck. And whereas if you're using technology in a way that's where you could, let's just say, optimize your workflows, and it's a little bit more flexible, and and I'm not damning all enterprise systems there, but a lot of them, and where you start to reimagine to optimize value and what you're actually creating, because what you're creating is you're no longer stuck into a module within an enterprise system.
The name of the book of the alternative might be called Improvised Productivity. Like it's the productivity comes from the very fact that it's improvised components on the fly configuration. It's not feasible now because it's people thinking, well, that's crazy. But with AI, and particularly with service delivery, you can actually have, like for a patient, it ought to be not that you go to a doctor, then get a referral, then get a test, and then da 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 da. It should be boom, one clasp of the patient, with everyone getting the picture with crossover on the fly. So you've got the person at the same time with the diagnostics and the things at each level, because the mechanisms for data capture and so on getting ever better. So the notion of having to go to each person, have a chat, get a referral to get some more things, come back, and then get a referral to the next level is really, really expensive. So you can end up with medical bills that are completely out of proportion with the original thing. It's just like, an infected fingernail, but because of this and this and this and this, and they've spotted something else. So I think AI's got potential in that way, but it's hard to, the problem, it's the same issue here though, is we don't think about it that way, because as soon as you say it like what I just said, all kinds of reasons come to the surface as to why that's not feasible. And we're back into a hell world because it's because then we can't do this. Now, if you turn it around and say, well, each syndrome or production challenge deserves to be witnessed in its entirety. So you describe what it is you would yearn to do with this block of wood. And so like those, I know it sounds a bit poetic, but it's sort of that preamble to the thing that might then jolt and think, well, if we're going to go that far, go for that extreme, then we should do it. And you do this a bit within sports, really top end sports where you do highly customized yacht or a highly customized something there because it's, there's so much money but the thresholds for that are going down, and the AI to bring it together is going up. But our imagination to be able to exploit that is much weakened. That's the problem. And leave aside then the monetization regimes that then don't want the imagination anyway. So there's a set of things, but it's not inconceivable. But certainly, going back to Dante, I think he provides a antidote to any kind of rational resignation. Well, this is how it is because it's this kind of complex world. Let's leave it at that. Because he doesn't say, read me and you'll have new ideas. He's saying, read me and you will be enfleshed, as it were, to become alive to what ideas might be feasible once you're in there. So it's a sort of a cleansing. It's not a didactic, like there's a formula in this book to say how you can solve a problem. It's how you can live to the fullness of being in the situation. And, existentialists talk like that, but they don't have they're just thinking it's a reflective thing. You're reflecting on you being in the thing, but it's not a reflection, just like in a jam session. You're not reflecting on how you're going to contribute. You're contributing and then discovering what you've done. And we don't have a model for that. Except
and everything in Dante is actually thought out. Like, I mean, you can actually pull apart everything. I mean, so that there's this constant, like, kind of discovery that's going on with the text. I mean, there's physics and everything else.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he himself, I mean, to his credit, like he's so authentic as the writer of the thing. He's journeying through this whole thing, and he's reporting on how he's learnt more now because he's not just sitting there witnessing what Virgil and Beatrice say and reacting. He's on the process of discovering more about himself and what else.
It's a journey. The whole thing is a journey.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously,
So
it's a journey up.
Yeah. And people emphasize that, but it's a sort of interesting argument to say, well, you can use this as an emotional backdrop to a journey of reanimating your sense of agency, either yours or ours if there's a group, or a community of several groups, like a commonwealth of group, I think it provides lots of little examples where you can kind of read it and think, oh, we could change all the content in here with our example and then re-narrate it, even reenact it, like do it as a little play. It's a very spongy piece of culture. It's not just inside, there it is. There's the poem, leave it alone. It's not, to me, I know people think, oh, it's Dante, leave it alone. It's precious, don't mess with it. I'm saying, no, he's messing with us already.
Exactly. That's what he was doing originally. I mean, essentially.
Right.
I mean, so that was the whole point. So, I mean, is to look at it from that different perspective. I mean, one thing that actually, just coming back to the medical field example that you talked about, how, essentially you go the referral system that you were and essentially how that could be made more efficient. Sorry about to come back to that because I know that's not where we were a moment ago, but there was something that was really interesting there. You're saying that how it can help with that process, and I mean I always thought about the United States in particular that could help because they have so many specialists, and not only do they have so many specialists, but they also have problems with essentially malpractice. So these specialists are then overused, and so that then there's this kind of, you start to have a model then that can really take advantage of the specialist from the way you were just describing it. And I had not thought of it from that perspective when you're talking about it.
Yeah, if you go down that route, the other side of that coin is, and I've done this with some, like I've had people I've known that were very, quite old and death was, on its way to them. And in a lot of cases that, not that there's that many, but I mean, I used to run into this problem, people wanting to deny that. Like, no, I'm strong, I'm going to do this, blah, 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 blah. That's hell, right? It's like, because he said, no. So anyway, what was interesting is once you got the narrative going, well, let's think of it as a gliding operation, like a gentle glide. And they got on and the thing I found most compelling was taking them to places that they'd not visited many years earlier. So then they'd see it and it'd all come back to them to their own surprise. I completely forgot about that's 2 years of my life I completely lost. And then they'd come back and think, oh, that's interesting. And then they prompt more, and then they think of more places to go. So you end up with a little itinerary where they're just essentially touching base with the totality of their life. Fortunately, it's all still there and they got it. And so at the end of that thing, the original diffidence had disappeared. There's sort of much more gentle, not resignation, just a sort of, they were just like more like a smile on the face because of all
Acceptance.
this had been recovered, and I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. And that's now, that was before I was playing with Dante. Now I would be thinking, we're going to write this down. And if in another year, I'll be thinking, we're going to write this down, put it into an AI thing that can amplify it, give it a bit more, pick up the other local references and things of whether it's a place or the whatever, and then have them re-recite it and see if it gels. Like, oh, that's what it was like, even though it's been augmented, And I think
Well,
that's a special thing, and that's a good example.
I'm sorry, forgive me. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that was an example of like almost empoeting, like you bring a poetic underbelly to it that gives it more lift, and so people are less kind of just caught up with the mundanities of being ill and so on.
It gives it more substance,
Yeah.
because what you're picking up on is things that you would have otherwise forgotten. And so that, that journey that you were just talking about, that, that becomes a much more nuanced experience.
Yeah.
So that, and that journey that you go back over, allows you to appreciate things more. And that's one of the things where you're no longer just looking at things in from a biased perspective, because you have some kind of documentation, you would say, of the experience itself and capture nuance that wasn't there in the past if you're feeding something into an AI.
Yeah, one of the things that Dante, there's a stress in Dante, which is he's on one hand, he likes to abstract a lot, but he's absolutely fanatical about the particularities of the individual thing, whatever it is.
Right.
So he kind of will talk about a landscape and then zero in on some tiny, what looks like a tiny, then with such careful deliberation and description, you get a sense of real appreciation of this one character or this one flower, or it's like a tiny, or a rivulet, or a shooting star. Like you even saw in the introduction where he talks about the sunrise, he captures it. He does a double take on the same thing. Like he's saying it's rising and now it's risen again, and then he gives it more resplendent context as to what it all means on this hillside. And so it's like 2-3 lines of writing.
Well,
And it's captured this sunset with such compelling precision.
I found Purgatory actually to be more of he captures that really well, as it gets easier, as he's climbing up. That's where it's really, he's able to capture this, in such a detail. And the thing about Dante is that everything has meaning in it.
Yeah.
There's every detail is related to something else.
Yeah.
And that's the incredible part of that work, is the depth of it, the level of detail, but also the coherence that exists with it. And that coherence actually leads you to be able to read that story repeatedly.
That's why I personally think, and I don't think poets would normally do this, but they might. But anyway, is why I think he had a chart on his wall, because he's running on 2 different levels that are just, how could you do it on the fly? Because because inside those examples, he will have a little marker that's actually a little pointer to what he's going to mention, 20 pages later. Like it's a very stranded, like there's these little resonances running across the whole story, and yet he's got real structure to it as well. So it's yeah, I'm still kind of
I think he's like a very talented enterprise architect that actually went
Yeah.
down to the lowest level.
Yeah,
He had the frame and essentially was able to go down to the you know the most detailed to the lowest level of detail, and everything kind of maps into one another. And that's an interesting thing. I mean, having that chart is actually a way of kind of maintaining the coherence. Otherwise, you would it's really hard. I mean, to think about it in any other terms. So
I'm assuming, because I think it's like an Islamic mosaic. You draw a diagram on the floor, and you cut the tiles to fit the contours of the shape that you've drawn in the first place. And I think it's just a hunch because I've found no evidence of this, but that he's got something like that lines it all up in a certain way, and then off he goes doing the little kind of pieces of the mosaic, and then make sure that the red little bit here pointing this way will resonate with the red over here in the other context, so that there's all these little filaments between parts of the text, which he doesn't mention. It's not like he says, as I recall from before. He doesn't do it for the reader. Like, it's just the reader just gets it.
Yeah,
just
it just
a
flows into
background
one.
hum almost.
It's a pattern. I mean, he's been able to write things into a pattern, which means that you're able to kind of see at a granular level, like what you're supposed to be doing when you're writing that. So it's, I mean, there was another point that I was thinking about when you were talking a moment ago, when I don't know, that is the Islamic statement had me all of a sudden think of Muhammad in Dante, essentially now, and how it, the idea of the schisms that were created and the heretics were held. It's that, and he's very visual when he talks about that in particular. That's that's actually some of the parts that I do know some people that actually stopped reading it.
I know. I mean, yes, and he's working off. It's funny because he's actually very intrigued with Islamic design thinking, like his whole notion of the Avicenna notion of a general intellect. So he had this idea that the spheres were like a humanity intellect, and the more you think and review your life and so on, you are ascending, and teoria becomes an ascending to a more sublime form of living, and then once any other intellectual hits that, they're kind of like part of it, all plugged into the same kind of level of awareness. So you had quite an odd. It's not like a notion of an idea spreading. It's more like there's a structure, like, and the things are plugged in, like a socket's plugged into a plug's put into a socket, and now I'm part of this wider intellect. So he's got a very keen sense of that side of Islamic thinking, but the actual doctrinal things with where was Muhammad in all this, and who was his teacher, and what ideas got into whose head, and so on. He goes into little asides there, and I don't know enough about that as to whether that was like frippery or he's trying to make some mention, because he would have. I mean, certainly would have known a lot of Islamic people who would revere Muhammad.
Sure.
Like he's. My sense was I think he was criticizing one of the instructors or influences of Muhammad. I think there's some. I can't remember.
There's a instructor, and then there's Muhammad himself as well.
Yeah.
So
it's
I
the
mean,
instructor that is causing the grief, isn't it? Like,
that is causing the grief, but I'm trying to think. Is that who's getting tortured? Like, kind of, it's a very graphic kind of way of being taken apart, essentially.
Yeah.
Now you got me questioning it. I would have to go back and look.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's just the. I mean, that one of the problems that this has had is precisely our modern sensibilities about understanding alternate paradigms, different religions, and a certain etiquette about respecting their autonomy. And so you don't just appropriate, like write a poem, put Muhammad in like we've got, our tradition's got this hell in this form, and we're going to put you in here because that's what we think of you. In modern times, that's like, yeah, it's fraught. It's fraught because there's too many overlays of stereotypes and so on that are going to upset people's sensibilities. But I think in his case, he's just got a very wide sense of all the characters that matter in the civilization. I mean, in when he's in limbo, and he's just arriving in there, and he sort of realizes, oh my God, there's Plato. He's running around.
Right.
He's running around thinking, oh, there's Aristotle. Oh my God. It's like almost a 14-year-old thinking like,
Yeah, well,
wow.
actually, yeah, that is
It's
one of the most interesting parts because they were
it's a
born
funny,
before.
and that's
Yeah.
in hell. Like it's a funny, and I use, I mean, in this system here in my own thinking, I think of limbo as what the best you can do for an individual if you just concentrate on them as such. So those examples, the other ones that he plays with in purgatory is much more than groups of people doing what the best for them. And in paradise, it becomes, can the entire tradition leave a marker? So it's kind of got a hidden, I think, a hidden level. And the hell one is mostly, if you just do it on individual levels, you're mostly going to get stuffed unless you're really a special person that studied enough things. And so that's where
Well,
Aristotle
but yeah, a
and so
special
on.
person would be considered Cato, essentially,
Yeah,
the way,
yeah,
because Cato is actually, before. So, I mean, it's like this idea that, Cato was such high character, he was able to be in purgatory in the beginning,
yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
in the boat. And so from that, just thinking about that. And one of the things that I was going to ask you about is, what about the idea that Dante's actually being vengeful? Don't you feel like there's a contradiction in that? Like, in sense that he puts his adversaries
oh
actually.
yeah, like yes, I think, I mean, this is a really good example of, like, we wouldn't think, like the way you're saying it is if he's being vengeful, is that a taint on the work? You know what I mean? Like, because it's,
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
and he's flipping that around. He's saying, I am vengeful, and I'm going to say it as I see it. It's just me. It's like it's not he's and the vituperativeness of the like what he says about people is more not um he gives them words that capture what they can't see of themselves, for one, and then two, the form of the torment that they're dealing with is something is painful for the patient on the receiving end of it, but it's kind of got almost that childlike funny, like kids laugh at someone falling over kind of thing. He's capturing something like that, I think, which is sort of weird because, but
It is
maybe
weird.
I think there's a big child inside Dante. There's a child, like, we say someone's got a big child, like I think in dinner parties or whatever, he was a very lively, funny, the guy you'd want to bring. Like, this is where the Woody Allen side of him comes in. Like, there's the Kissinger side and there's the Woody Allen
Right.
side, and there's a sense of that from other people that knew him. He's kind of like indestructible. Like, it's and I think that's why the comedian Benigni that did the Life is
Yeah.
Beautiful film, he relates to Dante like that. Like, it's all sort of a bit absurdist at one level. So but I don't know that well enough to know what to make of it. But I think that's how I sort of see it. He's sort of
Well, there's an element of vanity, even the people he puts himself in,
yeah, yeah,
with the poets themselves, even Virgil as the guide, that's he sees himself, he's kind of putting himself in this pantheon.
Oh yeah, and putting himself above Virgil too. Like Virgil, Virgil set the Virgil. There's this play, I forget where it is, but Virgil set up Rome as potentially the monarchy of the world in a sense. Like it's a view of order that is not secular, but is grounded in human affairs. And then Dante's sort of saying, well, there's that order, but then there's also the issue of where it's all going as a mission. And I think that's where Dante's coming in at a higher level, saying it wasn't just the arrangement, it's the direction. And that's why he uses the notion of transhumanity. Like Virgil's not going to think about transhuman. He's just thinking about order and due deference to the cultural origins of the culture in Rome. But Dante does the same as well.
So I'm understanding it, it's like, so that's an idea of transcendence versus this idea of just creating understanding nature.
Yeah. And people, like Virgil's, like where Virgil does a summary in Purgatory about love, which is in about 4 lines. It's really quite amazing. Like love can go wrong in 2 ways, one by the object and one by the intensity. And then he does a little cross tabulation and you get the different loves. And if you get them wrong, the vices come creeping in like vermin or like a fungal spread. You've got to get these alignments right, otherwise it goes pear-shaped for you. That's where Virgil describes it. Like he's given Virgil those words. And it's a very Roman, like get the structure right and you'll be fine. Whereas Dante goes one step further, saying, having got that right, which is purgatory, I'm now going to heaven and I'm going to commune with the angels about the totality of humanity. I mean, he's not just even being like the world shall be embraced by a sphere of transcend. And this is why, just by the way, modern techno singularity people get into this stuff, because the transhumanity that Dante played with, then you get it in Pierre de Chardin notion of the phenomenon of man, where he thinks there will be a network of awareness across the globe, which people then later said, oh, that's the internet. it's a consciousness,
right.
And then Marshall McLuhan got into this space too. It's sort of like there's this moment of civilizational leap of self-awareness. Now it's become much more crass in the sense of it's going to be a techno.
So are you talking about the global village in that particular instance, like kind of, or the medium, the global village that Marshall McLuhan was talking about?
That's
And then
so the I don't know that Marshall McLuhan, I mean, he probably was aware of that, but I've not seen any reference to it. But Pierre de Chardin definitely was, and Marshall McLuhan got some of his ideas from Pierre de Chardin in terms of this notion of, because Pierre de Chardin said that the world starts off brown, then it becomes blue, and then it's going to become this other color when it's like a green or like an intellectual awareness, because first it was the earth, then it was the atmosphere, and then there's the consciousness of our totality on the planet. I mean, that's Pierre de Chardin. Dan doesn't go that far, but he's sort of playing with some notion that because he definitely thought there was a world system to be built. He didn't think, he was very anti petty politics. He thought that was, it becomes too self-serving. He had this image that the emperor, being the sole emperor, wouldn't need to be competing with anybody. In his monarchy, not in the thing, but in his monarchy book, he thinks if an emperor is just there because he's just doing a good job, and the church deals with individual problems of where they are in life, then the emperor can deal with the issue of making the bridges, the roads, the thing. It's like it's a very administrative view of a Roman view of global order, and in some ways, the so-called international order that's now fraying is kind of playing with that it's an international order where there's no one, except the emperor is now, through the dispersion of all these different treaties, creates this international standard of patents and standards and aviation protocols and whatever else. Dante would be all into that sort of stuff. That's what he's thinking.
Oh yeah, I mean, even the different levels. I mean, even that, and the different levels, and even mapping that to the different levels of consciousness. I mean, in a way, that's actually that's very interesting, because even that maturation process, I've thought about this, and this is weird, but how AI would be going through that process itself.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly
What
right.
would-
That's why, I mean,
That's the scary part.
yeah, no, I had a go trying to describe it last time I gave a talk. And just to kickstart myself on that path, because I was trying to think there's something going on here that's much more than just the technology. So
Right.
since then, I'm sort of, yeah, more yeah, bullish about what we could do with it, and what others can do with it too. But there's I think ultimately there's going to the issue of what's the ultimate reference point for AI? Like, and people are going to think, oh, some notion of being safe, non-anonymity. No. The data is coming the other way. Is in terms of having the ordering principle of our being on the planet visible. Like that's the level he's going at. So that's the top level of angels, and it comes all the way down to a guardian angel, which is like a little AI agent that helps you go through life as you're going. So there are ways of mapping that, but it's not. I mean, it's early days for me, but I think they're going to be running into a problem. They are running into the problem of, well, what do you make of it once it takes off and they've got multiple layers and then agents on agents, and like someone described the Google agent to agent protocol as LinkedIn for agents. Like all the little AI agents saying, "Hi, I'm an agent. I deal with bookings. I'm a booking agent. Do you need my booking service?" And then
I mean,
and then the hotel agent says, "Oh yeah, I could do you. What's your rate?" Like it's all automatic kind of exchange system for agents to sort of click up together for a fee. So it's pretty, I mean, at one level, kind of gross, and another level, yeah, but how the institutional thing behind that's interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's where
So,
language actually really play a role. I mean, in that
and the
particular.
language they're using is so hopelessly technical and physical, yet the effects they're having are much more spiritual in effect. So that they're not, the protocols and the discussions haven't got into angelic. There's a few people writing it about it, like I'm saying, but it's a fair, it's going to take another year probably of me getting a bit more into AI and then also the angelic stuff to see how it would work.
Do you think it will start in the way you described it, in heaven or hell? Meaning, that you're saying it starts at the lowest level of heaven, then helps us, excel. But I mean, and one of the thoughts is that the maturation process is, if it's really, just as I said a little bit
That's the
earlier.
interesting problem. AI working in hell, if AI helps hell, it becomes a demon, not an angel, right? Because by the very definition that if a company says, look, dear agent, we want our profit margin to go like this.
Right.
Do what you have to do. And then no one's thinking, well, what else would it get up to? It might go up, like, and I'm going to have ethical guidelines and all this sort of stuff. And then that's going to wreck the AI. But then, so it's a demon, but not that bad a demon because it's inside some guardrails. But in the end, if you pull them away, it will just go off and say, well, we can just move operations to Sri Lanka and poison all the staff, and bury the bodies. I mean, who knows? I mean, what's it going to like? And even at the individual level, it can then be monetizing on the basis that you're going to become addicted to it. So
Right.
references to vitamins and lifestyle and holiday recommendations is already powered by other forces, which in Dante's thing, that's where he thinks of avarice is like that. Avarice is a really spreading disease that undermines the fabric of individuals and therefore society. But if you go start at heaven, you've then got an angel, and that can descend. Demons can't ascend; they drag everything down to the level of what they can do. You know what I mean? It's a different dynamic. It's asymmetric. So the angels on a theological, they can come down. And in Christian theology, this is the funny thing is Easter Saturday is where Jesus goes to hell and breaks open the gates. So there's an argument inside Christianity that the hell is actually empty. It's actually empty. What's active about hell is how we're living today. So there's a theological backdrop to what I'm saying about what's going on with Dante in hell. It's actually the marker of someone that ought to go to hell by our impetuous judgmental standards, but wouldn't relatively be going to hell because God's almighty, etc., or loving. But what is happening is that you learn to witness the sin to inoculate yourself from it coming again. So it's an inoculation model, which is odd. That's the theological argument. The artificial intelligence argument is then that the angels coming down from above, meaning, for example, a market AI system could be given directives about, people coming in and longevity of participation in the market and, taxing
becomes an
bad
organization.
behaviors and all sorts of stuff inside a marketplace, just a marketplace. But there's other sorts of things as well, like refereeing academic journals could be another kind of thing AI is doing to facilitate quality selection and so on. And so it's coming down, even though from below there might be agents trying to produce research outputs that are patentable because they want to get patents in there. They're wanting to maximize their patent inventory, for instance. And the research is all just a flimsy backdrop to just get the patent application accepted, because later on you fight it out in court. So there's all sorts of games going on that are, as it were, demonic and could become worse under AI. And they're given because of the sheer structure of capitalism is going to drive that sort of thing regardless. The other side coming down is a bit more subtle because it actually requires people to think and feel that there's more to life than just being fed by agents that potentially end up making you dependent on their advice and so on. So
A higher degree of consciousness. I mean, essentially what you're talking about in a way, if it's only looking at the profit margin in this particular instance, then what is maximizing, right? So it's maximizing something for the short term and very, kind of immediate. This is the problem with AI, essentially, that I see is that what is it going to optimize? And and the idea that I'm most concerned about is that the military is going to use it to optimize to what? Optimize what is it going to do? And in that particular instance, you're going to optimize the worst part of humanity. And
but I mean that's where, I mean that's a good example of Roman Empire 200 AD, where it was doing various things, and Christians, is a maneuver of strategic meekness, kind of took a much lower profile in that system to avoid some of the shenanigans that we're getting up to. Now, it's not quite the same because the AIs can be much more meticulous and individuated and persistent and permanent memory and all that kind of stuff. But it's amazing how many ways it can be misdirected, because after all, it's only working off sensors. And a lot of, even in policing, I've seen this, they get carried away with, we found this guy, and there's all the indicators. And you forget that someone else could have placed the indicators to frame the guy, because it's coming through such a mishmash of different things. As soon as they get to 95 probability, because there are 15 different pieces of well-placed evidence to trigger it to go to 95%, you've just framed somebody. So it's sort of it's not always, and it gets complicated then, because once you start wanting to deceive AI because it's malicious, there's another set of dynamics that start coming into play, which is a different game again. But one step at a time, I'm trying to deal with the ascent from Dante's thing upwards towards a bigger picture of what humanity could be, which is, I think, what Dante's on about. And then through the angelic hierarchies, come back the other way with actual AI enhanced tools that understand those sort of benchmarks, which, I mean, I don't have them in my head now, but that's what I would imagine I'm going to do, I think. I mean, it's new territory to me. Partly because, a lot of my career has been in data. So I'm very, very sensitive to how data gets used, right? So AI, unfortunately, in corporate and lots of content, even military, but they think data is a slurry of feed, like wild pigs, like you just give them a slurry of data and the AI then and gets a large language model going. But they're not thinking about the slurry. I mean, what gets in there? And
Even
so,
what data is, I mean, and
yeah,
what it represents. You were talking about it being tainted before, and I think that that's interesting because you can say even data in its most pure form within a system that is artificial has been tainted. So, I mean, in a way that if you have a system that is, biased in some way.
yeah, but even assuming I mean, you're raising another problem about the poor inputs, therefore poor outputs thing, which is serious in itself. But there's different ways to at least minimize. There's several minimization strategies with that. The problem is the other side of the equation when it's come in, dirty or not, or right or wrong. It is a multi-dimensional space, effectively. I mean, the data in a large language is what's known as a vector space. And so for
Right.
any two dots, there's a distance, a straight distance. It's a metric. You can say these two dots are far apart. These two are really similar. Maybe they go together. Maybe it's the same dot. Who know, that's how it's thinking. Now, if you've got lots of them, you end up with subclusters, and then it's like spaces inside spaces. And then you get these weird things of, when you've got a mobile hanging from the ceiling, and it's all carefully balanced with all the sub things balancing out. You just have to touch one down a bit more or move it around a bit so the center of gravity changes, and you can tip a lot more. So the thing's not just like 10 billion or trillion data points and what could one data point possibly do, but one or two or three or 10, or like in certain contexts, depending on how balanced the resolution is of the algorithm, it can tip. And so you get these, this is where they sometimes call this hallucination, but it's not. It's just there's two equilibrium points that are, distance here, but then if you do it this way, the distances are much the same. So maybe it's that representation that works. But it's a completely different one now. So what the commands going out to, oh, no, don't fly helicopters. We need to use boats. What?
Right.
You just said because it's now, there's like some river, some thresholds are just so tight, and it's impossible to find those, except by testing them. I mean, there's just 2 to the n when n is trillion is such a large number that no other you're into it can't control itself. So, but it is open to sabotage. It is open to misdirection because there's equilibrium points that are in there somewhere. Finding them is difficult. Like it's not, but if you're actually engaged, like in war settings, you can see certain behaviors. You can test which way drones fly if you give them this and give them that. Slowly and steadily, you kind of work out, okay, this is the threshold of an object that's visible. So 2 objects that are not visible can fly separately and then combine. Then the AI thinks, I found this thing, but I don't have a trace of it. Where did it come from? I have to backtrack now to see where it must have come from, but it can't work it out because it's only using a interpolation from the little bit it's seen, when in fact there were 2 separate pieces coming together. So you can get really, it just, I don't know that it's as clean as people imagine that it could just take over and we're stuffed. But on the other hand, there's a whole set of different things here that are way out of my range. Yeah. But I've seen, I mean, I've seen even in multidimensional data sets like that they're so evenly balanced, but then for one change of one parameter, there's all these cascades, and then boom, something completely different is the next best thing. But you're thinking, but that can't possibly be the case physically.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
it's a mathematical
How does it go
artifact.
into physical reality? I mean, and I think you hit on an important point before, is that it's just taking in sense data, and that is limited.
Yeah, exactly. And it
To
doesn't
some
know, it doesn't actually know what the data is from. It only knows the data, and it starts inferring. And inferences in that system can run competing views of, no, maybe it's, if you do it this way, it's like that. Or no, if it's this way, it must be an elephant. Like it's, no, back. And of course it keeps reviving, but
Correct.
there's going to be certain sorts of things where these multi-layered clusters have tipping points in them that we don't know, but you can probe and occasionally spot them. I mean, I don't know, but I'm not assuming that it's going to become, you're sort of implying that on a military side, it just gets overwhelming. It could in the first wave, but I think
That's all you need, though, in some ways. I
well,
mean,
yes and no. I mean, yes. I mean, but then if you're talking about, for instance, a military invasions, for example, of a small country, and it knows how to find all the telephone exchanges and the this and this is the electricity, but boom, and it's cracked into them, hacked them, or disarmed them, or whatever it is. Sure, I mean that's a serious problem as such, because that's just imbalance of power. But that's the same as one kid's got a hammer and another kid's just got a piece of sand in his hand. No, it's not. It's fraught either. If you get told of those two examples, they're still fraught and awful. But are they that different? But if it's expansion, if you get this sort of notion of a sphere of influence where you want to take over vast territories of different ethnic groups and topographies and industries and all that sort of stuff, I think there's the whole notion of sabotage takes on a completely different meaning in that setting. I think, but maybe I'm overly optimistic about what humans can get up to.
I just think if the military is used almost like an agent and that's its purpose, agents are purpose driven.
Yeah,
Then what is it optimizing in that particular instance? And then not only that, even if you're going to build some things in where it can actually say, well, it's optimizing peace of some sort, that what does that mean? And then what does it feel it needs to do in order to maintain that? And that's the idea of the ethics aspect of it, this higher level, ideal that it doesn't appeal to yet. In my, not that I've seen anyway. So, I mean,
well,
and that's
it could. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm coming the other way. I'm not thinking. I mean, that scenario is definitely there as a scenario. It's not fantasy, but I think we've got a lot more to learn about how much more resilient we can be as such as ourselves that we haven't even begun to think, because we keep thinking resilience means protection. Then we think the state, and then we think army protect, police protect, fences protect, and then we react to that. So with eco crises, we are thinking of mitigation, things like put up walls and that sort of stuff. We're not thinking about how to live on incoming waters, or there's all sorts of other things we can do with that happening, leave aside stopping it, which is another issue. But I think that's the analytics of resilience is different, because that's like ecological management logic. It's a different calculus. So if you've got AI assisting on how to keep that ecology moving in certain ways, that's a different thing. It's a bit more like peacemaking versus war making, if you see what I mean. Because war is like just get the bugger, get them, eliminate, destroy. Whereas the other one's like multiple layers of interacting complexities, etc. And I think that still can also be enhanced by AI.
yes,
And
that's absolutely.
So I'm just on that side of the fence.
I hope you're right.
If I stayed where you're talking, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's perfectly legitimate, but it doesn't help me become imaginative on the other side.
And I appreciate
that's
that.
all. I mean, it's just a stylistic preference on. It's not a.
And I think it's actually a good one because I just have experience with the military, so it does tend to be a little bit more narrow. So I appreciate what you just offered. There is that how the priorities could actually be set, not necessarily just within a military context, but within looking at it holistically at things and actually be, as you mentioned, I think it can become a peacemaking machine, or it can become something else. And I think that that's where we're at that point. I think it's more likely, hopefully, that it'll come down on the side that you are. But I'm,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not. Yeah, but the point is not you can't work on. I mean, it's not a prediction. It's a question of a gloom doom backdrop against a reinvigoration of where the lights are shining, right?
Right.
That's the contrast. So obviously there might be this big thunderstorm coming, but meantime, you've still got the issue of putting up tents or whatever you're going to do, given that it's arriving and so on. Plus, next time round, do other things that make you more resilient to said thunders. It's yeah, and AI infused military projection is a seriously a paradigm changing
Right.
envelope of threat, put it that way. It's
Yes.
it's big, and I haven't thought about it much except to notice that this is it's not like here we go again, like it's nuclear arm. We thought nuclear arms like, oh, that's going to destroy the world, but it actually worked on the basis of mutually assured destruction. So there's sort of a logic there that kind of worked in a game theory kind of way. But AI is kind of, yeah, and people popping up from all sorts of places, and the microscopic nature of lethal mechanisms, be they viruses or poisons or explosives or whatever, is like mind-bogglingly dense and not very heartwarming to witness, let alone analyze.
Exactly.
But conversely, that what does it mean? It's much more interesting to awake, and this is Dante's kind of logic, is to wake people from the slumber. It's
Yeah.
all fine. Got the weekend, got this, got that. No, man, there's more here. And not down the saying, oh, there's a threat coming. You want to lift your game. You don't want to say that. You want to say, there's more to life than just the weekend or this or that. There's more to it. And part of that is the poeticization of your
Right.
being in the world, right? And it starts from there. Now, not that you're forcing people to read poetry, but you are encouraging people that without
Well,
them
it can
realizing
encourage
they can write poetry.
It can, yeah,
Writing.
it can encourage people to at least grasp what poetry is,
Yeah.
and in a sense, and that's where I mean, I think it can be something for good. And
But you can do, I mean, I've tried different like brainstorming things where we put things up on the board and like, what's the next word? What's the next word? And lines
Right.
and it's quite funny. And it's not poetry in the sense of what a poet's going to take all that way more seriously and also wholeheartedly because they're writing poetry. Whereas a group of 10 people in a room to write 3, 4, 5 lines around a topic is haphazard, but you do get chemistry when it happens. They think, wow, we did that. Like, how did that happen? Like, none of us are poets. Not that they can then magically convert into being poets all of a sudden every time they meet as a group. One or two might get a calling to do poetry. I haven't done enough of that to know what else it does, but I do know from Dante's thing, reading it alone with the way I'm saying, not just spectating, oh, what's hell like? Oh, God, that's terrible. Not that way of reading, but reading it in terms of how do you hear this stuff around you today, like this morning. This is powerful stuff.
Right.
Even to people that don't read poetry. Like, think of it this way. You just gave me 20 minutes about how your dad's pissing you off. Try reading this bit. So next time you hear him, you're thinking, oh my God, my dad is in such a pit. I feel sorry for him.
And that's where it becomes a certain, like we were talking a little bit earlier, it becomes something that creates a relationship, as in the sense that, as opposed to kind of sucks us into ourselves, meaning it starts to help understand the deeper meaning behind some of the experiences. Yeah,
That's right.
That's a point, and yeah, because people can be confused. I mean, anybody can be confused. I mean, we're all confused to some degree, right? But that level of even it can lead to a level of self-awareness. And then also the awareness of what else, someone else is experiencing with that. So
Yeah.
that, or to have that relationship with your father or whatever it may be. So that's something I have thought about it very, in
Yeah.
detail.
Right. I'm out of
Yeah,
energy.
Well, I
Sorry.
can't. I mean, I really. I mean, I love Dante.
I can tell. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been. I'm gonna go back to it now.
Right.
For sure. It was something that when
Well,
when
go to that Digital Dante website is the one to go to.
yeah, there's a
That's the best way in.
and then there's a couple classes that you could
Yeah.
take.
Yeah. Classes. I mean, from the way I'm coming at it, classes, from what I've seen, can be constraining because you don't. It's good to go to the class after you've done a read yourself.
Right.
And then measure your own reactions to what they're saying, because I've found in running in Italian there's a word Dantisti, meaning a Dante specialist, and they're professors and they've got bow ties and they're kind of really into Dante and they exude all this erudition. They've read all this, they know every detail about Dante, which is fine and good. But when it comes down to reacting to an actual piece of the poetry, they're so encumbered with all the hermeneutics of the context, they can't see this is a cry for help or like it's the visceral reality of the poem in you, the reader, gets fogged by, well, there's so many different levels here, blah, 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 blah. It's like, do you really, if you're love making, do you really want others telling you what else to do? Like, better to make a mistake and get better next time. It's not. It's that sort of problem, I think. And that's not an argument against the Dantistes, because they've done. I've got some of their work here. There's some really clever people who've dedicated their entire life to reading, the manuscript, and good on them. And I've found really useful things but in class settings where there's a tutor or another person and there's a textbook and so on. Today we're doing Canto 3. Here we go again, and everyone's in a class mode. That's not. It's kind of, you know what I mean? It's not, unless you have like that film with Robin Williams in when he was the poetry teacher. What was that one called? The
Dead Poets Society.
Dead Poets Society, where he came and taught poetry. If it's a class like that, then sure, that if someone comes in with Dante like that, you're on a roll. But
yeah, because the opening scene, he's like, that basically he's like, it's like a math equation that he was saying, in that first scene where he's like reading, he has the kid read the scene and it says,
yeah, and he has this phrase saying, "Why do you think?" Yeah, and he has this phrase to the guys there, like the 17, hormones flying away. Why do you think they write the poems? To get the girl. Oh, okay. So I should use poetry rather than aftershave,
That's all. I remember that. That was a great film.
Just amazing. Anyway, I mean, this is not an argument against the classes. I'm just alerting you that in the Dante world, from what I've seen, there's a lot of, instead of it being wondrous, it can get ponderous.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I mean, you'll see it, and then I'm saying just cut and run. But there are, and this other guy is really good too. He's on YouTube as well. Where is he?
It's getting time to finish shortly.
Oh, here he is.
Yeah.
John Tooke.
Oh, I actually
Professor at University College London. It's called The Phenomenology of Being. Dante's Phenomenology of Being. And he's another. He's like the Korean guy. He's read his Heidegger, so he's coming at it from that way. But it's very, very illuminating. And he's on YouTube. John Tooke. But John Tooke Dante, you'll find he's done a long lecture on Dante. It's really quite, it's gentle, it's human, and there's a whole, he's doing all of Dante's work. He's just doing a lot, but he's really got a feel for Dante's mission. It's kind of impressive.
Well, we
Thank you
better
for-
finish up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
And yes,
Okay.
you've been at
My-
it for 4.5 hours, Richard.
Well, okay, and my battery's flat too. My computer, so it's dying anyway. Okay, see you then.
Many thanks for the Dante presentation, and
Well, yeah,
thank
it was a bit
everybody
rushed, but,
for
yeah.
lasting the distance.
Thank you.
Cheerio.
you.
Bye.
Take care.